Okay, so today we're going to update the water bearers so that the water bearer that's able to respond the fastest gets allocated to extinguish the burning human. Yeah, if we want to do this efficiently, we want all of our water bearers to be on a DS map, which is how we kind of do this for everything else. We have a humans map, we have a carpenter's map, we have a hunter's map, and a guard's map. We may even have a shaman map. Now we're going to have a water bearer's map as well, which I believe I'm defining all these. First thing to do is set up these maps and make sure that we also destroy them again, because we don't want to create a memory leak. Pretty sure we still have some small memory leak, and I don't know what it is. It's nothing too bad right now. For the most part, everything's getting cleaned up. Here we go. Yeah. Okay, injured. We have an injured humans map as well. So we're going to create a water bearer map, and we're going to destroy the water bearer map. And we need to get the water bearers on that map. It doesn't matter how they're created, they need to be on that map. So, demo script. We have a look at the carpenters here. Oh, good lord. A gift key? What is that again? Oh, I see. Yeah. Gift key. Yeah, okay. It's okay. It's okay. Oh, it's these two that I need. And then we find the water bearers in this mess. We say spawned human gift key equals global.waterbearer. Global.waterbearer map. So we're doing map add to the waterbearer map, spawned human.gift key, spawned human.id. So that is the waterbearer on the map. I've given myself terrible heartburn this morning by drinking this ginger and turmeric tea. Maybe I'm drinking too much of this stuff. Could be time for a change. I still gotta drink it though, because it's got my creatine in it. Okay. And then we find the other water bearer. Yeah, it's just duplicate code. I've still got duplicate code everywhere. And then in the drop script, Can I just see an example of this, please? Okay. Same thing, only, hey, Lukey? Lukey LC or Luke YLC? How's it going? Same as the other one, but without this spawned human. I could use a with. Good, good. Glad to hear it. I could use a with over in this demo script, and I probably should be. I probably should be, instead of constantly having to do this every time. But it works, and I'm not going to waste time refactoring it right now. Okay. We got this one, but we also need to make sure that we remove them from this map. If we reassign them to be, well, if we grant them a different gift. Let me just see. It's just as simple as this. Map delete the map, the gift key. That's it. But we've got to go through and we got to do all of them, because once again I just have a bunch of duplicate code everywhere. It would be smart to have some sort of a function that just does this, that can be reused, and then you only have to update it in one place. I didn't know that when I wrote this. I didn't know a lot of things when I wrote this, as I'm sure you can tell. It's not good code. Okay, water bearer. So if we have a, hey Mickey, how's it going? Oh, you're telling me, but it's never gonna happen. That's gonna have to wait for the next game, when I do everything correctly. There's too much refactoring. I'm in too deep. So, water bearer, map, gift key, and that is it. We're gonna get them off of that map. If we reassign them. And the reason we use maps is because it's very fast. It's very fast, although it wouldn't really matter if we weren't using maps for this, because there are so few water bearers, although I suppose there's nothing technically stopping the player from making an entire tribe of water bearers if they really want to. And in which case it will run fast, because we're using maps. In cases where we were doing something like checking 600 trees, maps is definitely preferable. Okay, so we have all of our water bearers on a map, in a map now. And we also are removing them from the map when we need to. And we're also destroying the map when we don't need it anymore. So the map is good. The map is good. So one thing I was thinking about is that combat does actually take priority over fires, which is kind of funny because it does mean that if, say, the camp is both on fire and under attack at the same time, your water bearers will run away instead of extinguishing the fires. But that's okay because there's other ways to put fires out, like controlling the weather or using miracle water. So it's kind of cool, actually. It's kind of cool, and I think it sort of makes sense. I mean, dead mages do 0 DPS, after all. You can't put out fires if you're dead, so they have to prioritize staying alive. So, similarly to how the carpenters figure out who is the nearest available carpenter, only there's no such thing as availability in this case. I mean, there is. They can't be fleeing, as we just discussed. They also can't be dead, but it's not like we keep them on some sort of a list of available water bearers. Anyway, the point being, we aren't going to be constantly keeping track of this, which is what I was doing before, which didn't make any sense. Because we only need to figure out who's the nearest carpenter in this example when making the decision as to who should be allocated to the task. Whereas I was constantly updating that, which just doesn't make any sense. So I recently changed it to where it's only when they make that decision do they actually figure out which one of them is nearest and who should be doing it. Which makes a lot more. Then we want to do the same thing here. So I'm pretty sure it just gets built directly into the state condition script. Okay. There is a complication that I didn't foresee, which is that there are two different states. One of them is fetching water to extinguish a fire, and the other one is extinguishing the fire if you already have the water. Interesting, because I was thinking how we would have to combine these two. So how are we going to do it now? Well, it's like if you already have the water, and it's that higher priority, you would assume so. State extinguish line 888. Well, so somewhere around there. State fetch water fire. Yes. Exactly as you would expect. Extinguish is higher priority than fetching or withdrawing water to extinguish a fire. So that's good. So in this case, if you already have the water in your inventory, we just need to confirm that you are the nearest of all of the water bearers with water in their inventory. That's it. I sounded like I was going to say something else, but that is it. So you have 4 or more water in your inventory. We need to know, well, am I the nearest water bearer with 4 or more water in my inventory? That's what we need to know. I should really comment my code. What does any of this mean? What is this? So this is the human part, okay. Oh, this is going to confuse me. It's like if you don't already have a fire in memory. I can't remember why. Why do they have to remember the fire? Because it needs to persist between states or something? I don't know. But they remember it. They add it to like a local fire variable. Oh, but, well, yeah, because the humans get removed from the list. That's how we do it. Because we only want one water bearer per burning human. So it gets removed from the list so that no other water bearer tries to extinguish that same human. But that means it's no longer on the list, so it has to be like in their local memory. And we loop through the fires list. And we check if it's a human. We target it and all that good stuff. And we remove it and we break. If how does this work? The for loop ends there. And we just go from position 0, right? So if we don't find any humans on the global fire list, then we just default to picking the first thing on the list that is not a human. I mean, yeah, I suppose that check is necessary, actually. This would need to be, because it has to be outside of the for loop, so we have to check again. Otherwise, you could put an else on this, right? Okay, so we pick that. If you don't have something in memory, no, if you do have something in memory, then you just target that. Right. Yeah, okay. So the additional logic that we need here goes into this component. And this is for state extinguish, yes. Okay. I'm just gonna grab, where should I grab this from? I kind of want to do, is it in here? No. I think it might be in build target, build update it's called, which personally I don't class this as a tracker. I'm actually kind of annoyed that it wound up in the trackers folder and it's called tracker build update. I don't consider this a tracker really, although it is and it isn't. It's exactly, it is a tracker, but it's like I kind of don't classify it as one. Okay. Is there another script? Oh no, it's literally right here. That's what this is. Okay. Find the nearest available carpenter to the store. Well, I'm gonna grab this and repurpose it. So we only need to do this once. So we do it outside of the for loop. But we also only need to do it if we're targeting a human, actually. So, we don't need to do it, okay, in this case. So, but the problem is if it's inside of the for loop, we're gonna keep doing it. So even though it's not as efficient as it could be, well, unless we add an additional, no, we can't do that. It just has to be there. Okay. This is find. It is, well, truthfully, in this case, it is find nearest water bearer with 4 or more water. That's good enough. And I guess we'll just store it on a temporary variable with the nearest available carpenters. It's in a global variable, even though I don't think it needs to be. Although No, that's not true. It was just in a global variable because I used to be constantly updating that for no reason. And we just had it. We just always knew the nearest available carpenter to the store, and it was stored in this global variable, even though we didn't need to know that 99% of the time. So it just is, that just is how it is. It's residual. But in this case, we can just use a var nearest water bearer equals and we don't care about any of this stuff. That can just go. Oh, this, wait, does this help me? This is list based. What is this? Yeah, this is list based. It doesn't really help me. I want to grab something. I want to grab a different one. Hold on. Hopefully one that isn't too complicated, just so it's easier to... I'm in the wrong event. I'm still in the wrong event. Here we go. Oh, these don't look too bad. Okay. And these use maps. They do use maps. That's what we want. And I need this bit. Which bit? Which bit do I need? What am I looking at? This bit. Oh my god. Oh, this stuff is a nightmare. I'm also a bit out of the loop because I've been drawing sprites. I'm not, you know, I've got to get back into the swing of things on the code side of things. So it's, let's grab this first part, and where is this going again? It's going directly into state conditions, although it would be cleaner if I just had a function. It would probably make sense to make like a find nearest water bearer function or something. Okay, and this... we're missing a bracket. Okay, nearest water bearer equals no one, and then we're gonna do... oh, do we really need... we need some... No, wait a minute. Wait a minute. This is instant update. We're not doing this over multiple steps. We're not doing this like one instance per step or something. So it doesn't need to use local variables. But also I can't just do like a with object human. That would be slow. We'd be checking all of the humans that are not water bearers, for example. That's the whole point of having this map, or one of the reasons that we put all of the water bearers on a map. It's just so that we can specifically check them and not everyone else. So I want to loop through the entire map in a single step. Is that something I've ever done anywhere? Usually it's a list. Usually it winds up being a list. Right, like the available carpenters list, or the list of wolves in the pack, or something like that. Yes. Often it would make more sense to use an array, but when I started out, I only really knew how to use lists. And I was like, oh, that sounds like it would work, I'll use lists. Not realizing that lists are really intended to be used when it's like the order of the things on the list matters. Which it doesn't in a lot of cases where I'm using lists. And I should just be using arrays, really. So in this case, how do I build a thing that just loops through the entire map? It's like as long as it's not undefined, we keep doing it or something like that. Basically. Let's see, let me grab that other bit of code. That might demystify things a little bit. Oh boy, okay. Not quite sure I need all of this, but... So we can use temp variables. Undefined. And then current. There I go with the car again. And that would just be no one. Okay. And then we do, is water bearer check undefined? If so, then water bearer check equals map find first global water bearer map. And then I don't quite know why I have this is not undefined here, but fair enough. And then if it's not undefined after we've found the first, then current water bearer equals find value water bearer map water bearer check. And now we have the current water bearer, and we can say if instance exists current water bearer with current water bearer. And then we can get rid of all of the stuff we don't need. Yep. Held, death, harvested, flee. They're in a bit of a weird order, to be honest with you. I'd probably put fleeing before held. Flee, held, death, harvested. That makes more sense to me. And then this I just was going to change to water greater than or equal to 4, right? Because we only care about the water bearers that have the water on them in their inventory. And then we do... Fucking hell. Can I use temp variables for this? I think you can define a temp variable outside of a with and then use it inside of the with. Can you? I mean, we kind of have to be able to do that, otherwise none of this is going to work. So I'm really banking on the fact that that works, because I need to put this one in here. It's still yellow. I'm assuming that means it works. So, you have the water in your inventory, you're not in any one of these states. And then we need like a distance, this distance, right? Var. distance var this distance. I just need to grab that value. Where can I get that? Boom. There we go. I needed a large number, so I used the largest number that GameMaker can handle, because in my OCD brain, that's like a large number that it can't be any larger than that, so that's a large number. So how can I make sure that it's large enough? Well, it's got to be the largest number it possibly can be. It can never be too small because nothing can be larger than this number. Okay, and then well, I think I can just nope, gotta get rid of that. Like that, okay. What is this saying? What is this? It does need to be built into the for loop, doesn't it? Otherwise, because we don't know it's like the distance to what? What are we checking the distance to here? Okay. But we can prevent it from running unless they actually find a human. There is that. We have that going for us at least, I guess. Oh. Okay, and then it's the distance between fire check and this water bearer, current water bearer. This is getting pretty insane. And this is for clearing it. We don't actually need this bit. That is for something like making sure that the tracker gets cleared. Making sure that stuff gets cleared off of the tracker. We don't need to worry about that in this case. that we need a while, right? This all needs to be in a while. While is not undefined, right? So we find first, and then I guess I put, let me clean up this first. Water bearer check equals find next water bearer map water bearer check. If not is undefined, water bearer check current water bearer find value water bearer map water bearer check. And we don't need the else, right? We just don't need any of this. Cool. And then this part from here needs to be in a while not is undefined water bearer check. And it will just keep going through this until this becomes undefined again, at which point it'll do this and break. But now we actually need to use this information. Because we actually want it to keep looping through the file list if this water bearer is not the nearest water bearer. So once we've finished figuring out who the nearest water bearer is, then we need to do if nearest water bearer equals ID. Then we do this stuff, right? That's it. Okay. I just gotta clear my sinuses. It's really bothering me. Drink plenty of water. So we loop through the global fires list and we check the current thing that we're checking to see if it's a human. If it's a human, we try to determine who's the nearest water bearer with at least 4 water in their inventory to that human. And then if it's me, then I'm going to target them and remove them from the list and then break the loop. That's it. Is that it? Is there anything else? I feel like that was too easy. What else am I supposed to do? Why am I doing this? That's not very efficient. We already have that stored in fire check, right? Target equals fire check. Fire equals fire check. Fire object number equals... yeah, this is also ridiculous. I still do everything this way for the most part. I think there might be 1 or 2 things where I've migrated over to how it should be done. But in a lot of cases, it's another one of those things where I'm constantly doing something that only needs to be done very occasionally. The target number is used in save loading, and yet every time they switch targets, I update the target number, even though the only time that we need to know the target number of the thing that they're targeting is when you save the game. Yeah, it's not very good. Thankfully, I'm just like updating 1 variable, so it's not a huge deal, but we don't need to be doing that constantly. And then DS list delete. Yeah, that's that one we actually do need to do like that, right? DS list delete global fire I. Yeah, we're deleting it at a position. Sure, whatever. And then, once again, I can do the same thing here as well. Nope. Nope. Absolutely not. No. No. And is that still inside of the for loop? I think it is. Why do we care? I'm not sure. If we've looped through the entire file list, what? What? Why is it? What is this? What? Okay, I mean, it doesn't cause any issues, but I'm not quite sure why I need to be doing that. That's not even necessarily the thing that we're going to wind up targeting anymore. It used to be. Okay. I'm still not entirely convinced that I'm done here. I feel like there should be more to it, but maybe I'm done. Right? Oh, right, because there's still the other stuff, which is slightly more complicated. But not by much. Not by much. Yeah, it's basically just the same thing, but with an additional check involved, and... Well, we already have separate logic for withdrawing water, where we are checking if the store is closer than the nearest stream, which is also includes fountains, but let's not worry about that. So actually, depending on which one of these we're in, we actually already know if the store is closer or if the stream or fountain is closer. That's handy. So yeah, it's very simple. Okay, cool. Cool. I'm just going to go through this one more time because I'm still not totally convinced. So if fire equals no one, we're going to loop through the global fires list. if we encounter a human on that list, we are going to determine which water bearer with 4 or more water in their inventory is closest to that human. Yeah, once this does find next and returns undefined, we'll exit this while loop. At which point we check if we are the nearest water bearer, in which case we target this thing and break out of the loop. Or we just keep going through, because it's possible there could be more humans on the global fire list, and we could be the closest water bearer to one of them. If not, we get through the entire thing, and, well, interestingly, if we weren't the closest one, but there was also, say, a tent fire, we would then... well, let's... this changes things, right. So now we actually need to do a second for loop, I think. We need to loop through the global fire list again and pick the first thing on that list that is not a human. Rather than just picking position 0, because position 0 could be a human, but we're just not the closest water bearer, right? Yeah. Okay. So we're going to do a second for loop. I don't know why this I is actually a local variable instead of a temporary variable. Doesn't really make sense. So we loop through the list again, we update fire check, and then it's like, oh, if fire check is not a human, then we want to target fire check. The first thing, and we need to add a break again. Right? Yeah. And in this case, we don't remove it from the list, because things that are not... Am I doing this right? Yeah. Things that are, well, tents, essentially. Tents don't get removed from the global fire list, because we want multiple water bearers to be able to extinguish the same tent, essentially. It was like this thing, we just wanted to make sure that it was like one water bearer per human that's on fire. Because it only takes one pail of water to cool them down, so to speak. So there was no point. It's an inefficiency if you have multiple water bearers trying to extinguish the same human when it only takes one, and they could be helping someone else, or putting a tent fire out, or just chilling out, which does seem kind of strange, I guess, but it's true that it would be less efficient. Would it be less efficient in that? I mean, if they were literally doing nothing, then it wouldn't be. You know what I mean, though, right? They could. It's potentially more efficient. They could be doing something else useful, not that they necessarily will be. Okay, so we loop through again, fire check, and then if it's not a human, boom, we just select that one, and that is that. There we go. And now we have to do the logic for the withdrawing and fetching of water, not just the extinguishing itself. Okay, just I think rather than just copying the whole thing and potentially messing myself up, I'm just gonna take the bit that I need. Well, wait a minute. Let me just read it. I'm just gonna familiarize myself. Yeah. Okay, but I'll make these changes first. I thought that said withdrawing fire for a second. Okay. So let's get the first one. I'm just gonna do this bit first. Keep it simple. I'm not gonna try and do everything at once. So fire check equals object human. Then we're gonna try and figure out who is the closest. But in this case, because this is withdraw water from the store to use to extinguish a fire, we don't actually just need to know the distance from them to the burning human. We actually need to know the distance from them to the store and the store to the burning human. So this actually is, well, I don't know if I do need brackets actually, but what I do need is point distance isometric object store dot x. Truthfully, it should be the entrance to the store, but this is good enough. Plus the distance from I'm going to do it this way around just because it makes more sense in my head. From the store to the burning human, right? I also find it weird that this is the store to the water bearer instead of the water bearer to the store, but am I going to change it? Look, let's just change it. It's more readable to me because it's like it follows the actual kind of order of operations as they're going to play out. So the distance from the water bearer to the store plus the distance from the store to the burning human, that is our total distance, because that is the total distance that they would have to travel in order to extinguish this burning human. What this doesn't factor in is movement speed buffs. One of them could be faster if they got a movement speed buff, but they could be further away slightly, but they could actually get there faster if they were going to have a movement speed buff more of the time than a different water bearer who may have actually been closer but not receiving a movement speed buff. That could happen, but it's that would be insanely complicated. I wouldn't even know where to begin to try and factor in movement speed buffs and like how you would figure out when. I mean, that's just insane. Like, that would be insane. Nobody in their right mind should even attempt to do that. You have to figure out, like, okay, when are they going to receive the movement speed buff? For how long are they going to have it? And no, it'd be insane. But that is it. It's a relatively simple change. It's just totaling up those two distances, and everything else is exactly the same. And then I have to do the second portion, which is that we do a second for loop. I'm just a little bit cautious about straight up copy pasting. Oh, and I forgot to do the like that. So something's on fire and we don't. That's just defaults to this if we don't have the water in our inventory. But yeah, let's say we don't have any water in our inventory, but there is water in the store, and the store is closer. We're closer to the store than the nearest stream. So we're going to withdraw water from the store in order to extinguish the thing that is on fire, or a thing that is on fire. So we scan through the global fires list. If the thing that we're checking on that list is a human, then we're going to determine if we're. I need to get rid of this now. There we go. Are we the water bearer that can respond the fastest? It's the easiest way for me to say it. Technically, it's not nearest. They might not be the. Well, it's good enough. We don't need to worry about that. Right, but it's the water bearer. Am I the water bearer that can respond the fastest? We figure that out. And if I am, then I target them, we remove them from the list, we break, otherwise we continue looping. And then in this second portion, we need a second for loop. Where am I? I think I'm in the right place, yep. For loop. So we loop through the global file list again, and oh, I need to update fire check. And if the thing that we're checking is not a human, then, right, and we can't just add 0, we need to add fire check. So as soon as we encounter something on the global file list that is not a human, we're gonna target it and break. We want to break. Boom. Okay. And then we're not actually targeting it. We're adding it to our fire tracker, because what we're actually targeting is the store, because we're going to withdraw water from the store. Okay, cool. Okay, I just need a quick bio break, and then we've got one more bit to do. Okay, let me just go over this one more time. Loop through the fires list, update fire check. If fire check is a human, we're going to determine if we are the nearest or fastest, potentially fastest responding carbon. I'm just going to say nearest. We are the nearest. That is point distance isometric. Self to store, store to fire check. And then if we are the nearest water bearer, then we add it to our fire tracker and remove it from the list. Once we finished that, if we didn't find anything, well, this is the confusing part. I see, because we're still going to do this for loop. Okay. Right. So we only want to do this second for loop if fire still equals no one, if we haven't actually targeted something at this point. And is that the case with the first one as well? Fire equals no one. This whole thing is in a fire equals no one check, but once we're in here, we're running this code regardless, right? So we could either use target. We might as well use target in this case. So if we still don't have a target after having done the first for loop, then we do the second for loop, else we just skip it. And then I pretty much just can copy paste the whole thing for the last one, which is fetching water from the nearest stream or fountain if or whatever if it's closer, or if the store doesn't exist or is empty or hasn't been built yet, etc. Okay, so you can just take this entire thing and replace that, and then say point distance isometric from yourself to nearest stream. Oh, I didn't like that. Is it other dot nearest stream? No, it's nearest stream. So the distance from myself to the nearest stream, and then from the nearest stream to the fire check. Right, so we determine... Wait, does this... Oh, wait a minute. Okay, I found the fatal flaw. Unfortunately, I had to get all the way to the end before I realized this. We need to know for each water bearer that we're checking whether they're closer to the store or closer to the stream. That's what we need to know. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, if I can just grab it because we got it here. If distance to object isometric distance from me to the store is less than or equal to less than or equal to the distance from me to the nearest stream. So basically, if I'm closer to the store, then we do this. Else, we do the other one. Because there's no point. It's like, just because I'm closer to the store doesn't mean the other water bearers are closer to the store or whatever, you know? So we do it like that, depending on whether they're closer to the store or closer to the... And this is if they don't have water in their inventory. Don't have water. Oh. Good point, good point. Yeah, we don't just want to run this on all water bearers. This needs to be specifically water bearers with less than 4 water in their inventory. Yeah. That's a good point. Okay, so there's more to it. There's more to it than that. We can run it on. We can. So this part we can say all water bearers. Yeah. But then it's actually like this, isn't it? If water is less than 4. Else if. And then this one is the distance directly from themselves to fire check, like in the first case. Where is it? My brain is shutting down. I can't even. Where am I? I'm lost. Where is it? There it is. It's like that, right? It's gotta... That's gotta be true of all of them, right? Just because you've already got the water in your own inventory, it could still be faster for someone else to go get water from the store and extinguish them. So it needs to be the same for all 3, actually. Right? Less than... What is it? Less than? No. Greater than or equal to. So if you have 4 water in your inventory, then this one, else. If you're closer to the store, then this one, else. If you're closer to the stream, then this one. That's it. Right, because yeah. Okay. Cool. It's nice because it's universal as well. Yeah, this is why it should be a function, because I've got the same code in 3 different places, which just doesn't make any sense at all. So I guess I removed that from there as well. But just because I've got the water in my inventory, right? Okay, so we check through all of the water bearers that are not fleeing, held by the player, or dead. And if they have water in their inventory, then we just check the distance from them to fire check. Else, if they're nearer to the store than the stream, then we check the distance from them to the store and plus the distance from the store to fire check. Else, we check the distance from them to the nearest stream plus the distance from the nearest stream to fire check. And then everything else is good. Sweet. Now I think I'm done. Okay. Here we go. Okay, so I'm closer to the stream than I am the store, or the store doesn't exist, or it hasn't been built, or it doesn't contain water. So I'm going to loop through the global file list. If I encounter a human on that list, I'm going to try and determine who's the nearest, or who can respond fastest to this human. And then if it's me, then I'm gonna be the one responding. Else I break, and then I break. If we don't find any humans on that list, then we just like loop through the list again and look for the first thing on the list that's not a human, and then we break. That's it. And target the nearest stream in this case. Cool, cool, cool. So, if I'm not mistaken, I'm not a toucan. I don't think I am. Everything should be working. I guess how do we test this? How do we, like, thing is, I've got to be, like, keeping track of them all, like, which one is actually the closest one. But I'm pretty sure it works. Just looking at the logic here. Okay, I've got to grab something to drink and then we can try it. So if we can just set up a scenario in which one water bearer is like really close to the store, for example, and the other water bearer is really far away, and then I set somebody on fire, the one closest to the store should be the one that responds, right? No guarantee that they wouldn't have been the one to respond anyway, just based on the order of operations. But we can at least kind of check. I think I'm going to want to set it so that the tents, or at least so that the store is pre-built. And then I don't have to do that. I keep forgetting I'm compiling with YYC, which is not ideal for testing. Gonna take a minute. Also, I think stream gets really laggy whilst I'm compiling, so I'm probably a robot. Here we go. Okay, I'm gonna run beginner island in test mode. The store should be pre-built. I'm gonna have some water bearers. I'm gonna wait until they put a bit of water in the stream and then in the store, and then I'm gonna try and get one of them really far away, like close to the stream or something. We have 3 water bearers. I just want 2. Because that's going to be easier to keep track of, right? So they go into this stream. So, let's see. Okay, we're going to hold on to this guy. And I'm going to wait for the other water bearer to drop the water into the store. I'm going to put this guy down really far away. Like, really far away. Okay, that water is in the store now. I'm going to set somebody on fire. And we want to confirm that this water bearer is the one who responds to the fire, which they are. That's a good sign. It doesn't necessarily confirm that it's working, but it's a good sign. So, the other test that we can do is have... Okay, so I'm going to put this... Okay, we've got the other water bearer. Where is he? He's there. He's going to deposit some water in the store. I'm going to put this one over here. And I am going to set somebody on fire again. And I'm going to set a tent on fire, which in this case has to be the store. Because that's the only thing I can actually set on fire. This is... Let me extinguish these humans. I don't know how conclusive of a test this was, but this water bearer should be extinguishing this. There we go. And the other water bearer should have put out that burning human and then should join in. Which I believe is what they did. It was just off screen. But the other human is no longer on fire, so they obviously extinguished them. So that's a good sign. It shows that one of them can be allocated to extinguish the burning human, whilst the other one can still extinguish burning tents. Are they going to get this put out in time? I really hope so. Where's the drum? Where is the drum? Oh, it's there. You can do it. I mean, I can just help. I can help them. I can extinguish them at the tent if they're not going to make it. The thing is, they can't withdraw the water from the tent because the tent's on fire. So they have to go to the stream. Looks like they might just make it. I don't know, how close are we? Here we go. Yeah, we got the last one. Coming in. Takes 4, so it takes 5 lots of 4 water, so... What is that? 20 water total? Is my math correct there? I think so. Hey, they did it. They did it, and the carpenters should even actually try repairing it, which would be very cool. Does it work? Does it work? That would suck if it was bugged. Good test though. It's a good test. I did see 6 fur in there a second ago. They have supplied it with 1 fur for repairs. I saw somebody withdraw 6 fur. What did they do with that exactly? Did it get supplied to this tent frame over here? If I think they should prioritize repairs over building new tents. That's how we wanted it to work, and I spent a long time trying to get that. So I'm a little bit concerned. The fuck was that? Oh, the poster fell off the wall. Okay, they're repairing it. That's great. They're repairing the store. I was a little bit worried for a second there. So the store is now full health again, because they used that fur to repair it. Alright. It's yeah. Okay, it looks like they're going to get this tent built now. Anyway, I'm pretty convinced that that is all working perfectly. I mean, it's going to need more playtesting. But we're going to be literally doing the first playtest this month, at the end of the month, hopefully. So, yeah, that's pretty exciting. I should have the rest of the sprites finished by then, for the humans. Not all of the sprites, obviously. And... well, that's all I really wanted to do today, but there is more stuff. There is more stuff that I could do. Maybe I'll get some lunch, and then we'll add a new UI element to the game. We will put a bar down here above the hotbar, very reminiscent of the World of Warcraft experience bar, which fills up based on how much power you have. And I'm actually going to be capping power at 10,000. Whereas previously it was completely uncapped. It is going to be capped at 10,000. Because if we want to represent it on a bar, then it needs to be capped at some amount. I'm not saying that value is final. It might change. I have a good feeling about it. I think it's 10,000 is probably good, and it probably will stay 10,000, but it's gonna need some testing, of course. I do find it funny now that the fishers and the foragers, like, the foragers have like bug heads and the fishers have fish heads. I just find that funny. They complement each other nicely. Okay, cool. Cool. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's working. I'm pretty sure it's all working. That's nice. So, yeah. So, before, if a human set on fire, then just like whichever water bearer checked first would be the one allocated to extinguish them. Even though they could be the furthest from them. They could be the furthest away. And then it would take them forever to reach them. And you know, being on fire is quite a time-sensitive thing. So yeah, this makes a lot more sense. We want the nearest, or we want the water bearer who can respond the fastest to be allocated to extinguish them. Which, like I say, it's going to need more testing, but I'm pretty sure that's what we've got now. I'm pretty happy with that. I'm gonna say it. I'm not very hungry, but you know what that means. In about 15 minutes time, I'm gonna be extremely hungry. Happens every time. So I'm gonna throw a sweet potato in the oven. Yeah, it's gonna take about 30 minutes, 40 minutes to cook one of those anyway. So I'll be back in just a sec. I guess I'll just leave the simulation running so you can enjoy it. Yeah, I actually submitted a build yesterday to the GameMaker like playtest kind of thing that they're doing, where Sarah playtests, you know, games from the community, and as usual, I submitted it with, well, what I'd done is I'd left the sleep deprivation thing, like timers, the timer that counts down the amount of sleep that they need to remove the sleep deprivation debuff. I'd left that enabled from when we were testing that stuff. And I submitted the build with that in it. So I realized quite quickly and uploaded a new one, this one, where it is disabled again. I'm always doing that, man. I'm always releasing builds with either bugs or like some debug stuff left over that I haven't removed. Hopefully it's okay and that doesn't sway their decision. Hopefully they can still appreciate the game despite me having done that. Or maybe they haven't even downloaded it yet, I don't know. I can only hope that they download the build where I actually fix that. And if they do decide to pick my game to play it, hopefully I can give them a new build. An up-to-date build. When the time comes anyway, because no doubt I'll have done a bunch of stuff by then. I don't actually... The submissions closed last night at like just before midnight or something. I don't actually know when the stream is taking place, but that would be really cool if my game got picked and I got some feedback from Sarah, and it would just be, I'm sure it would be a fun stream as well. They kind of want somebody, I don't know if you actually like go on stream and like on mic and speak to them, or if they just want you to hang out in chat, but they were looking for people who would be willing to like show up for the stream in one form or another. So sounds fun, and I'm sure the feedback would be really useful. It would kind of, depending on when it is, because like I say, we're gonna start playtesting like sort of the end of this month. Depending on when this stream is, if it's before we launch the Steam playtest, then that might kind of be like the first playtest. It's not truly the first playtest, because a couple of people have played the game. Mr. D-Boy's played the game. I've had friends play the game. That's about it at this point, but I would kind of consider... yeah, I would kind of consider it the first playtest. It's the first time that I've really put the game out there for playtesting, let's just put it that way. Because, you know, it was still useful. I will admit it was very useful, but I wasn't really ready. I wasn't really in a place where I felt ready to have people playtest the game yet when Mr. D-Boy playtested it on stream. But I was like, why the hell not? He seems to want to play it, so I'll send him a build. So yeah, the next thing to do today would be to add the power bar to the UI, or the power meter, whatever you want to call it. What does the scouter say about his power level? It could potentially be over 9,000. That's kind of funny. That's That's like an unintentional meme. By capping power at 10,000, it can be over 9,000. Your power level can be over 9,000 in this game. There you go. That's the tagline. That's the #1 selling point. You should play this game because your power level can be over 9,000. Oh yeah, I think... yeah, maybe. I might just make it a separate sprite anyway. I think I probably will. I don't know, because like each one of these is an icon, right? Each one of the miracle icons on the bar. And then the bar is like a background to those. So do I just update the existing sprite so that it has this like little frame on the top where we put the power bar? Or do I make a separate sprite? I think I'd rather it was a separate sprite, just because it gives me more flexibility, and I don't have to like update the position of the I don't have to like change any existing code, which for some reason appeals to me. Just drawing another sprite on top of this, like not on top, above this one. Sounds good. Yeah, and currently the spellbook is only 4 pages. Because the plan was originally to have 40 miracles in the game, but I've since realized that it may actually be like 41 or 42 or something, so... We do actually need 5 pages of bars. You know, eventually we're going to need remappable controls and like tooltips and stuff. We don't have any of that yet. There's going to at some point have to be a massive UI overhaul. This is all just very basic placeholder stuff just to get the functionality down, really. But yeah, you know, ideally you're going to want to be able to click on these. Not that I would ever recommend you click on your spells or abilities. You don't want to be a clicker, but some people will try to click on them, no doubt, and we need to give them the ability to do that. And yeah, being able to hover over them and get a tooltip would be very useful as well, because currently I have to bring up this ridiculous menu and look, and all it really tells you is how much power they consume. It doesn't actually tell you what they do. So yeah, we do need tooltips eventually. And they will need to be translated into like 7 different languages. Yeah. So even though thankfully there's no dialogue in the game, so all that will need to be translated really is like tooltips, the tutorial, names of items, the actions that they're performing. So it won't be as much translation as some games. But there'll still be a fair bit. It adds up. And it's one of the reasons. You know, the marketing is the main reason, but then localization is another reason that I need a publisher. Not to say I couldn't localize it myself, not myself, but as in I could employ people to localize it. But, you know, publishers offer localization generally, so yeah, that'd be very useful. The marketing is the main thing though, because I don't have the time or expertise to do the marketing myself. I just wouldn't even... That's not really my forte. I can do the thing, but when it comes to promoting the thing, I am just about useless. I'm gonna try. Once we get this build down and we start the playtest and I've begun the process of pitching publishers and stuff, I'm gonna step back from development a little bit and probably like try make another devlog for YouTube and do some like social media posts and stuff about all the new sprites that I've made and what have you. Put out the new patch notes, because it's got to be over a year since I've released patch notes. I don't know when I last released patch notes, but I've just been, you know, just plugging away, is that the term? I've just been grinding. I do love the new Fisher sprites. Those are really good. I absolutely hate making them, but I can definitely appreciate them once they're done. They might be some of my favorites. Gotta be honest with you. Big fan of the Fishers. Yeah, I want the worshippers to like march around the menhir, the standing stone. And a circle around it would be really cool. Easier said than done though, that's actually quite a challenging problem to solve. I just think it would look cool if I could figure out how to do it. I'm surprised with how much I like the Fisher sprites. They turned out really good. It is weird that they're constantly walking around with a fish on a spear, but it's like the best way that I could think to communicate who they are. You know, if they didn't have it, it would be harder to tell what they're all about. Yeah, I did think about it, like, I could do variants of the sprites, so there's only a fish on the spear when they have fish in their inventory, for example. And I could do something with the foragers. It'd be really, really small and hard to see, but like, put berries in their basket when they have berries in their inventory. That one would be harder to notice, for sure, but probably not going to do any of those things because that's a lot of time for something purely aesthetic when there's much more important things to be doing. But yeah, the sprites do make a big difference, as much as I hate making them. These will probably all be replaced, or at least touched up by an actual pixel artist, somebody who knows what they're doing. Oh, somebody's on fire. It's a forager. There you go, beautiful, good response time. Yeah, tents rarely catch fire in my playthroughs, but I think it's because I know to try and keep the tents away from the fire, so they don't catch fire. But new players aren't going to know that right away. They're probably going to have to figure that out for themselves, because it's not going to be explained anywhere. It's just going to be one of those things you have to figure out. I'm actually thinking of reducing the chance for the humans to catch fire a bit. But I was kind of wondering, like, do I need to increase the chance for the tents to catch fire because it's not happening enough? But I'm thinking, no, that's probably just because I know not to build the tents near the campfire. I usually do put the campfire right next to the store so they don't have to travel as far to cook food and stuff. And I think that's worth it. It's worth the risk of setting the store on fire. It doesn't happen often, so I think it is worth the risk. But it's like, it happens so infrequently that tents catch fire that I can't. It's, you know, there's a much greater chance of tents catching fire than humans catching fire. But it almost never happens, so I'm kind of thinking, like, oh, is it not, you know, I'm almost wondering, if it's not working or something. Is it not working correctly? Is it bugged? I don't think it is. I'm pretty sure it's just rare. The ultimate test would be to just build a bunch of tents right around the campfire, completely surround it with tents. Why is this hunter sleep deprived? There's tons of places to sleep. Guess they were always out on a hunt whenever it was nighttime. They'll probably sleep in the morning once these tents get freed up. Huh. Didn't think of that, actually. Yeah, don't know if that's necessary. I don't update their direction when they're harvesting an animal to make sure that they're like facing it. It's not a big deal, but yeah, he just went to sleep. Funnily enough, he went to sleep with an inventory full of freshly harvested meat and fur. But that's just how they work, apparently. So he needs to sleep for 12 hours to remove the sleep deprivation debuff. That was a recent change. Originally I made it 6 hours because that's the shortest length nighttime can possibly be. The shortest night in a year is 6 hours. So I was like, okay, even on the shortest night of the year, they'd still be able to get enough sleep to remove this debuff. But then I realized it's still kind of exploitable. Especially because they sleep during the day as well, if they're sleep deprived. It's like they'll go in the tent, they'll sleep for 6 hours, and then then they'll wake up. More sleep deprived humans can go in the same tent, and they can get 6 hours sleep. You know, you got 24 hours in a day. There's like 4. You can like rotate 4 groups of 5 humans through a single tent and get them all. Clear all of the debuffs. So I just made it 12 hours. I think that's probably fine, but it might need some balancing still. And if it's 12 hours, it most likely means, not that you can't manipulate it and by waking them up, but it's harder when you can't actually see the trackers and stuff, which you can't. But with it being 12 hours, they'll most likely go to sleep sometime during the day, right? And they'll be sleeping all day, and then nightfall will happen, and then their debuff will get cleared at some point, but they'll stay asleep because it's nighttime, and they won't actually wake up until sunrise. So it's kind of nice. It took me a while to figure out like how it should actually work, because it was completely exploitable before. Like basically, as long as they were sleeping in a tent at night, it would just clear the debuff. So, you know, they would all like go to sleep. You could wake them up after a second. They'd only been asleep for a second. You wake them up and the debuff is gone, and then the next 5 go in, and you could just use a single tent to like clear everybody's debuff really quickly. And at first I was against the idea of a timer because I was like, oh, that means we have to have like an extra timer running. It just doesn't sound efficient. Is there not some way that I can just tie it into the existing day-night cycle and stuff? But in the end, it made the most sense to use a timer. It just makes sense, right? If you've been awake for 72 hours, which is how long they have to have gone without sleep in order to become sleep deprived, you're probably going to need quite a lot of sleep to refresh yourself again after that. In fact, if you really want to get into the science of it, it's actually impossible to ever recover from sleep deprivation. Every time you miss sleep, you do permanent damage. Well, it's not that you do damage to yourself, it's that your body doesn't get a chance to repair the damage that you just naturally accrue by existing. And there's no way to catch up on that. It's not like, oh, I'll get extra sleep on the weekend or something. That's biologically impossible. You will just literally die sooner. I hate to break it to you, but sleep is like the most important thing in the world. You should never be skipping sleep. Wish I'd known that when I was younger, because I did not get a lot of sleep. I actually stopped sleeping almost entirely. Used to sleep like 2 hours a night in school. It was terrible. But anyway, we don't need to get into my dark past. Although I am a wreck for it these days. Which is one of the reasons that I like to, you know, let people know that you need that sleep. You need that sleep. It's good for you. Trust me. Literally nothing is worth skipping sleep. Nothing. But anyway, so they need to sleep for 12 hours to remove the debuff. I totally stopped paying attention. I'm assuming that Hunter has now removed the debuff and is doing just fine. 22. There's a lot of 2s. We got a lot of 2s in the inventory right now. You may be wondering what this game is all about. It's not just about sitting here and staring at the simulation, although that's what I do most of the time. So we're in Beginner Island right now, where there are no deadly creatures to worry about, but normally there would be wolves and bears. Just wolves and bears right now in this biome anyway, which you have to like contend with sometimes. They'll be roaming around the map, hunting and stuff occasionally, and your hunters and foragers might wander into a wolf den or encounter an aggressive bear every now and again. You have to like respond to these different situations. And then throughout the maps we have these miracle shrines. I'm in test mode, so I have all the miracles unlocked by default, but you have to send your worshippers to unlock these shrines to get new miracles. To unlock these portal stones to open the portal to the next level. So you progress through the levels, and we've also got expansion stones. These ones which increase the size of the sphere of influence, which is this ring around camp. That's the area in which you can perform miracles. Although you can always perform miracles on your followers, even if they're outside of the sphere of influence. That's what this holy fire is all about. It's like the divine spirit is with them or something. Because they're your followers, right? Why wouldn't you be able to perform miracles on them? But yeah, for quite a long time, for like at least the first year of development, there was no sphere of influence. So you could just perform miracles anywhere on the map, which meant that you could literally just pick up all of the wolves and convert them into meat and fur, like immediately. And it kind of trivialized the game a lot, so I knew that some sort of sphere of influence was necessary. And so that's what you would normally be doing. You'd be trying to help them survive whilst unlocking shrines and opening the portal to the next level and all that stuff. Holy moly. Oh, it's probably hot because the oven's on downstairs, right? The heat's all rising in here. I was like, why is it so hot all of a sudden? Just gonna check the timer. Seven minutes to go. What time are we on now? I've got a freaking doctor's appointment today. Telephone video call. Don't have to go anywhere, thankfully. Yeah, and the levels are procedurally generated, so it's like different every time. 10 different biomes so far, and 2 ethereal planes. There is also like heaven and hell. Those are the good and bad endings, although that stuff isn't all finished yet. They do exist, but they're just like empty levels right now. But yeah, this is the conservation meter at the top here. And every time you chop down a tree or kill an animal, it goes down a bit. If you plant trees, it goes back up. You can't create animals yet, but I think we'll have Miracle Herd eventually is one that I have written down somewhere. Just something that allows you to like summon a herd of animals that could make it go back up. It naturally goes back up when the animals reproduce, because they do all that, you know. They are animals after all. So yeah, the game really isn't this boring. I'm just being boring because I'm not really playing it right now. It gets a lot more intense when you get into the later levels and there's actually deadly creatures to worry about and stuff. But yeah, I'm excited for the upcoming playtest. I think it's going to be really cool to let people get hands-on with the game, and I'll definitely enjoy watching. I'm going to do streamers first, you know. Streamers get priority because they'll play the game on stream. But I'll probably do a more kind of like I'll probably invite more people to the playtest over time. You can get non-streamers playing it as well. But it also helps because, like, you know, for example, Grog on his Discord has like a whole playtest thing, like a playtest channel. And a playtester's role and stuff, so people can sort of sign up to be notified about games that are looking for playtesters. So if Grog was to do like a stream where he playtested the game, then that's going to bring attention to the game, and then he can perhaps say like, oh, and now we're going to open a playtest to you guys, so join the Discord server and join the playtest or whatever. Yeah. It'll be good. I was just thinking though, do I want the feedback like on my Discord server? Like, where am I going to gather the feedback, and where do I want that discussion to be happening? Probably because we're going to be doing playtests like across multiple communities, I want like a central hub where I can accumulate all of the feedback, which would be easiest on my Discord. So we'll have to figure out the specifics, because if I have to look at several different Discord servers to get all of the different feedback from people, it's going to make things harder. But we'll figure it out. It's going to be good though. It's going to be good. I'm definitely got like six. I think a list of 6 streamers who have volunteered to playtest the game so far, and so it's going to be really cool to see them playing it on stream and stuff. And the game does have Twitch integration as well. So it'll be even more fun if they play with Twitch integration enabled, because chat can get involved. Chat is the tribe, basically. You know, join as one of the humans in the tribe, and you get to choose which gift you are, like whether you're a hunter or a water bearer or whatever you want to be. And then the streamer is God, obviously. They do all of the miracles and stuff. And so you have to, like, you know, chat has to try and like coordinate themselves to survive and work together and everything, which could be interesting. That could yield some interesting results. The funny thing there is that, like, is that the streamer can like punish you if you're not cooperating. He can drop you in the ocean or smite you or something. Yeah, sort of throw you into the lion's den, you know, all that good stuff. Yeah, I didn't really think about that aspect of it, but yeah, that's actually funny. Like, you know, typically in the single player experience, if you want to call it that, or when you don't have Twitch mode enabled, there's not really any reason to like punish your humans or kill them or anything. That just makes the game harder for yourself. You're just making it harder for yourself, right? Although I'm sure many players will enjoy doing that, drowning them in the ocean and all kinds of stuff. But there's no reason to there's no incentive to do that. But when Twitch chat gets involved, there could definitely be an incentive to punish chatters who are like being a problem. I don't know how else to say it. Being unruly. Unruly chatters will be smitten, smote. Yeah, and smite, it's like, it completely, you know, disintegrates them. It completely obliterates them. It's not like normally when the humans die, they turn into a gravestone and they can be resurrected, right? Not if they get smited, smitten. If you smite them, they just cease to exist. They get completely obliterated. It's the same with all the other creatures. Like, it's a one-shot miracle. It's like a one-shot kill on anything, but you don't get any of the resources. If you use it to kill an animal or something, they can't be harvested, right? So it's kind of like the disintegrate spell in D&D. I'm sure other games have similar stuff as well. Really powerful, but you don't actually get any of the loot. Okay, my food is ready. Thanks for joining me. Thanks for hanging out. I'm going to go chow down. We'll be back in a bit, and we're going to update the UI. We're going to add like a power meter to the UI, and that'll be the next thing I'm doing today, so look out for that after the break. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in a bit. Peace out. Okay. Fight my way out of the food coma here and do a bit more development. Gonna update the stream title. Okay. First thing I gotta do is make a new sprite, I guess. Hotbar. I'm gonna duplicate the hotbar sprite, and I guess this would be the power bar. Oh, excuse me. Probably gonna be something like, oh, let's have a look here. Oh my god, I've forgotten. I've been using a sprite. I've forgotten how to use the sprite editor in GameMaker now. Okay, so we have like a border of 2 normally, and then I think like a border of 1, so that's 4, and then the bar itself 4 again, so it's gonna be like 16 pixels high. Something like that. 16? Seems like a lot, but I think so. Oh, okay, I'm gonna resize the canvas like that. I think that's how I want to do it. Yep. Okay. Well, we'll see how it looks. I think it's too big, isn't it? Oh, was it supposed to be 12 pixels? Oh yeah, 4, 8, 12. Hey, 8 bits a byte. How's it going? Thanks for the raid. Hey there, Brewer. Welcome on in, guys. Hope we had a good stream this morning. I believe you've been working on a new game. I did spot you in my follower list earlier, but I actually wound up watching Thornity. Was doing like a kind of like a chat with Mr. D-Boy on like Steam stuff and marketing stuff, so I was hanging out in there whilst eating my lunch. I'm just updating the UI. I've just finished doing a behavioral change to the water bearers, which is a really cool one, where basically I've definitely fucked this up now. Okay. Tower defense game. Finished the Twitch avatar app. Oh, nice. Congrats. You're running it on your stream, and I believe it will also be on Jeep and Annie's stream. Is that right? Hey there, Grog. How's it going, dude? Good to see you. Alright, I want to bring this down to 12 pixels. I did feel like, hey, Taraka, how's it going? Good to see you. I just immediately envision that mustache as soon as I see your name in chat. It's iconic. It is indeed. Having some issues with authorizing correctly for someone else. But yes, we are continuing to try it to be on her stream. Okay. Oh, is today the day? Awesome. Hey, good luck with launch. I hope it's a great success. Haha. Yes, that would be a good logo. 25 minutes. Wow. T minus 25 minutes and counting. It's one small step for man. One giant leap for Taraka Studios. What's going on with this thing? I have 2 layers. I have 3 layers. Why? Oh. I actually used layers for once and it just messed me up. Of course. Should I just merge it down? I guess so. It's only causing problems right now. So I'm updating the UI after doing the behavioral changes to the water bearers so that the water bearer that can respond the fastest is the one that gets allocated to extinguish the burning human. Which was a nice change, and I'm pretty sure it's all working. I did test it a little bit, but obviously not going to be totally sure that it's fine until it's been tested some more. And now I want to add a power bar to the UI. So you have a visual representation of how much power you have beyond just a number in the top left corner, which is easy to lose amongst all of the other stuff up there. I think this will be really nice. I think it's a necessary inclusion for the playtest, which will be coming up at the end of this month. Hopefully, we'll be doing the first Steam playtest. Very excited to have some of you like Grog try it out on stream. I've been using Asprite a lot recently, and now I've forgotten how to use the GameMaker sprite editor. And in 5 days, Jonas will be starting work on the Steam capsule art and logo. Very excited about that as well. I've been making design documents behind the scenes. Hell yeah, brother. That's what I like to hear. Exciting times. Yeah, it's still, you know, it will be good, and obviously I'll be able to use the logo and the capsule art for the playtest, but we're still a ways off of being able to make the Steam page public, because we need enough in-game assets to be able to show off at least 3 unique environments in both the screenshots and the trailer. And I ain't gonna be the one to produce those assets, so that really does kind of hinge upon a publishing deal. I think I probably want this bar to be empty. Sorry. I probably want this bar to have a black background when it's empty. I guess I was going to say there's no need for me to do that here because we can just set the background of the health bar that we draw with the draw health bar function to black. Yeah, it's a lot. It's like I am trying to get myself into a position where I can basically stop development and just completely focus on, well, first putting together a pitch deck and then secondly pitching. Sorry about the seagulls today, they're really going off. So I'm trying to get this build ready for the playtest, which will be the same build that I use to pitch to publishers. And that way I can kind of ease off on development. Hey, AK Alex. I am updating the UI right now. We're adding a power bar to the UI for my GodSIM game. Power is the resource that you use to perform miracles, and you gain power by having your worshippers worship at the obelisk, which is actually a menhir. If you want to get technical about it, I'm just so used to calling it an obelisk. But it's not an obelisk. It's definitely not an obelisk. It's not a monolith. It's arguably a megalith, but technically it's a menhir, or a standing stone. You want to be specific. Indeed. Indeed. And I think the portal is definitely I definitely want the portal to feature in the Steam capsule art. And probably one other thing, most likely some kind of a miracle shrine, which will just look like some sort of an ancient ruin peeking out of the forest. I think it's going to be good to have those kind of sprinkled in the background. The portal, because, you know, it communicates that exploration is part of the game and traveling to new worlds, new lands. And then the ancient ruins, the miracle shrine, sort of gives it that sense of mystery of exploring old ruins and stuff, which is always fun. Alright, 8-Bits, thanks again for the raid, dude. I hope you have a great day. You too. I always enjoyed exploring ruins as a child, actually. And if we could evoke that same feeling in the game, that would be really cool. So there's certain things that the capsule art really needs to communicate. First and foremost is genre. But then other things like the fact that there is building in the game. Building is part of the game. And this idea that exploration is part of the game. And a couple of other things, which I've forgotten now. But they're in the design document, don't worry. So we need to draw this to the UI, first and foremost. Okay, that seemed to take care of the seagull. Where is the hotbar? Hotbar. Oh my god. Oh, this looks like it might have something to do with it. Yes. There it is. So, we want to draw SP power bar 12 pixels above the hotbar. So you know the community saying Taraka is going to hate this. This is some naughty UI code. Oh god, tell me about it. Not that I know how it should be done, but it's all going to need to be overhauled at some point. I have no doubt about that. You should see how I draw the help menu. Look at... where is it? No, not this stuff. Where's the help menu? Look at this. Oh my god. So this would be 330. No, this one. So let's have a look at that in game. We should, I'm still compiling with YYC, I keep doing that. We should see the new border for the incoming power bar. And power is going to be capped at 10,000, at least initially. It used to be completely, it still is completely uncapped, but it will be capped. It costs 2,500 power to resurrect somebody, 5,000 power to create new life or spawn a new human. So you could bank up enough for like 4 resurrections or 2 new humans, you know. Most of the miracles are, you know, cheap, like 100 power here, 250 power there, that kind of thing. So it's pretty negligible, but you always want to have some power in your back pocket for when anything goes wrong and people need resurrecting and such. I do have a save file. I don't know why I'm so reluctant to use it. Oh, okay, I got it. It's in the wrong place. It is there. I can see it peeking out from behind. I think what I did was modify the X position instead of the Y position, didn't I? So this should be 60. Yep. Yes, it is. The whole UI needs to be replaced at some point. It's all a placeholder just to get the basic functionality. And that's, I'm going to need to bring somebody on to do the UI UX stuff. I'll probably do the implementation, but I'll probably have someone else make the assets so they can make them all nice and everything. Right, so that will be in the right place now. So next up, and I guess I'll just do it here. Why not? Or maybe I should at least do it after this section. Let me grab a... I can just... No. At the moment, I am completely solo. Draw health bar. And we can use these same coordinates, actually, can't we? I don't actually know how long the health bar needs to be. It's the size of the sprite minus 8 pixels, so I'll be able to figure that out. So the leftmost point will be display width divided by 2 minus 398. Nope, 338. There we go. The Y position will be display height minus 56. And then this will be x2 will be 684. Oh my god, it's actually confusing, isn't it? Because I'm subtracting from half the width. I think I just add the same amount to half the width though. So actually it's pretty simple. Okay, and then the y2 will be this plus 4, so 60 again? Oh, that doesn't sound right. No, because it would actually be 52. If I'm not mistaken. And, okay, the amount, global God power, the back color, doesn't actually matter because we made the sprite black, but black. The minimum color, aqua, and the maximum color, aqua. It's not going to change. The direction, right, which I'm assuming is 0. There's nothing like that in here. Direction where anchored 0 equals left, 1 equals right. Okay, 1. Show back. Sure. Or should we? Should we? Whether the background is drawn, whether the bar's elements have a 1 pixel. I'm just going to do false false for those because the border and the background are on that sprite that we made. And that is it. Assuming I've done everything right, we will now have a power bar on the UI. Amazing how it took me 3 years to get around to that, and it took 5 minutes. But it's not important. You can just draw the amount of power somewhere with a draw text. You don't need to get fancy with it. But we've finally reached the point where I can actually justify doing a little bit of polishing like that. The one other thing that I have on my to-do list, aside from drawing the remaining sprites, is to maybe slightly reduce the chance of fire spreading. And that's it. I'm sure I'll find something else over the course of this month. I'll find something else to do before the playtest, but we're getting there. This is pretty much the build that we'll be using. I still have to cap power at 10,000 though, don't I? We haven't done that yet. Okay, I'm just going to start a new game on Beginner Island. Starting in test mode would have been perhaps better, but whatever. I only need worshippers. God, the loading times are so good when you compile with YYC. What's happened to all the trees? Okay, I have fucked up spectacularly. What have I done? What's happened? Why are all the trees chopped down? Oh. Okay, the sprites are wrong. It's like the sprite references have been scrambled because I made a new sprite. But I started a new game. It's not like I was loading a save, and I don't think I even save and load sprites anymore, because I know that you're not supposed to do that, because if the references ever change, it causes issues. Whoa, look at this. Whoa. The sleeping sprites have gotten swapped with the shrine sprites. Okay, this is all happening because I made a new sprite. Although at the moment I'm not entirely sure why that would be doing this. But it is trippy. Also, I'm noticing the power bar isn't actually visible. So I'm still not drawing that in the correct location. Right, because it should be this plus 12. Okay. So that should be 84. And if that's 84, then this should be 80. And this should be 76. Okay. We can check that now. I'm still compiling with YYC. Oh well, we do get the faster loading times in-game, if that's any consolation. Well, I think the UI should be correct now, but apparently all of the other sprites are messed up. At least there's nothing actually wrong with the trees, they just have the wrong sprite, I think. I don't know why that's happening. There we go. Okay, so we now have this bar, which if I have worshippers, whoa. What the hell is going on? Oh my god, they turn into gravestones and rabbits. And the bar is filling up left instead of right. And also it's filling up way too fast. Oh, because health bars max out at 100, don't they? They always, you can't like set the, and it's gonna keep going. Oh, it doesn't actually. I thought it might keep going off the end. So what, I would have to like divide the amount of power. I'd have to divide global god power by something to get it to fit in 100. I think I have to divide it by 100, right? To bring 10,000 down to 100. 10,000 divided by 100 equals 100. Yes. Divide that by 100. Okay. Okay, but more important, also I want the bar to fill up to the right, which is what I thought I was doing, but obviously not. Direction 0 equals left. That means, oh, where it's anchored. Oh, I thought, okay, I thought it meant direction. That, yeah, that makes sense. It's anchored to the left. Okay. So that's that. But what is going on with my sprites? It's a good job I didn't make a backup before I completely broke everything, isn't it? Oh boy. I mean, it's not an issue with me setting the sprites. It's an issue with GameMaker referencing them wrong. Do you think if I just like relaunch GameMaker it will fix itself? I would certainly hope so. I don't know what else to do. Right, because here we have the tree. So it has the small tree sprite by default, but the tree is an exception where, depending on what size of tree it is, it will actually swap the sprite in the create event. According to this, this is the correct sprite. SP tree large is referencing the large tree sprite. That all looks fine. So it's something to do with like the internal references getting messed up. And all I can think to do is restart GameMaker. But whether that's actually going to fix it or not, I don't know. Also, I'll be revealing the name of the game pretty soon. Kind of like the end of the month, whenever we do the playtest. So that's pretty exciting. I've had that one in my back pocket for like 2 years or something. This is definitely one of the more interesting bugs that I've seen. Usually when the sprites get messed up like this, it's because I was saving and loading the sprites, which you can't do because that saves and loads a reference, and then if the sprite references ever change, you load the wrong sprite. That's why you don't save and load sprites. There's no need to save and load them. There's always, I mean, 90% of the time it's just completely pointless, and then if you do actually need to kind of load a sprite, then there's always some sort of workaround that doesn't involve saving the reference. Yeah, this is concerning though. All I did was create a new sprite for the power bar, and that seems to have messed everything up. But yeah, hopefully a quick restart of GameMaker and it will kind of figure it out. Or maybe not. There we go. Just had to restart GameMaker. It just, something about creating a new sprite kind of messed it up, I guess. So we have the new power bar down there at the bottom of the screen. If I get some worshippers on the go, we will see it start filling up. Beautiful. So we just need to cap it at 10,000. We don't need to, but I think we should. If the bar is full and your power is still going up, then that's not going to be great, especially considering this readout in the top left here will probably be removed eventually and there'll just be this bar. But that's basically how I envisioned it. Not entirely, actually. but it's good enough, and I probably will keep it like that. I don't know if that. Yeah, that's good. It's fine. I just wonder if you want to maybe like you would remove the bottom border so that it kind of merges in with the other with the hotbar. It's fine. It's fine. It's probably good to have the separation there. But yeah, it's filling up. It's doing its thing. This blue color, this aqua, is the color that I've chosen to represent the magic in this universe. This sort of neon blue, this vibrant blue color. So, now there is clamp, I think. Clamp is how we... Wait, no. I thought it was bugged. It's fine. I thought I was still gaining power even though the worshippers had stopped worshipping, but some of them were still worshipping. Okay. So we just need to clamp global.godPower to 10,000 and 0. Is that on the tracker object? I think it might be on here. Is this where we would want to do that? I mean, I guess. I'm clamping the conservation level here, so why not? Zero and 10,000. That is it, I guess. Yeah, I think the first time I tried to use clamp, I didn't know how to actually implement it correctly, but I think this is how you do it. Just whatever the value, you know, whatever the variable that holds the value equals clamp, and then itself, and then these. I'm pretty sure that's how it's supposed to be done. I mean, I guess it's been working with the conservation level, so it's probably fine. How can we test it? We can test it by running in test mode, because I automatically give myself 10,000 power at the start of the game if I run in test mode. So we'll be able to see if I can go above 10,000 or not. And that is pretty much it, aside from changing the possibly slightly reducing the chance that fire spreads. Yeah, really happy with these changes today. This is a nice build. Something else I was saying to Jonas is if I get a publishing deal, I'll probably hire him back to make loading screens, one for each biome. I think that would be really cool if there was some artwork for the biome that you're heading into. Oh, I forgot to run in test mode. My bad. Okay, I have a doctor's appointment in about 5 minutes here. It's a telephone appointment. So I'm going to be throwing it over to a break in just a second. And then I'll be back to wrap up the stream. But don't let me forget to... Okay, so yeah, I have 10,000 power and it's not going above 10,000. Awesome. But the store should not be pre-built like that. That is something left over from testing that I was doing earlier today. There we go. Boom. Alright, so I'm going to crank the version number and I will release this build for Ko-fi members after the break, but right now I've just got to go. I've got a quick telephone appointment and I'll be back in just a little bit. Thanks for watching. Enjoy the break. All right, that's that taken care of. Everything's good. That's me sorted for medical cannabis for the next year or whatever. Excellent. I just got the email through actually saying that Hit Idle has just been released. Very cool. Okay, so what am I doing? I've pretty much done everything I think I was doing. I'm still on the fence about whether I do need to make these changes to Fire. You know, one thing that I've thought is that the tents really don't seem to catch fire very often. But I'm reluctant to mess with it because you know, I just kind of know not to build my tents close to the fire, which is probably why my tents never really catch fire. I do usually keep the campfire right next to the store because it's more efficient. They don't have to travel as far to cook their food and stuff. But so I think it's worth the risk. But my store very rarely sets fire, so it catches on fire. And I always keep my other tents further away. But you know, new players aren't going to know that, and they're probably going to wind up building tents close to the campfire. And if I increase the chance for them to catch fire, it might prove overwhelming if the entire camp is going up in flames. Maybe I'll do a little, I don't know what else to do here, so maybe I'll just do a little play testing, and we'll try, like, building a bunch of tents right next to the campfire or something, and we'll see. We'll see. I'll try doing I've got to put myself in the mindset of a noob, and I've got to try and play the game like and make all the mistakes, you know, because it's really hard not to sort of play perfectly. Do I go to Beginner Island? It is nice. It is nice to start out on Beginner Island, but it doesn't mean we have to play all the way through it and get to the next level. Just gonna skip it. It'll be more interesting. This means I've got to stay on my toes. Oh, I need something to drink. I'll just pause as soon as I get in game. I'll make a quick save at the start. Okay, I'll be right back. 2 seconds. Okay, wow, we get a good frame rate when the game's paused. Alright, here we go. Okay, so I'm supposed to make all the mistakes. Right, make all the mistakes. So I'm gonna build all my tents like way too close to the campfire. Let's see if we can burn the place down. Come on, Pookie! Let's burn this motherfucker down! This looks really weird. I would never build camp like this normally. Okay, the power meter is filling up. That's cool. I like that. Oh my god, that is a large pack of wolves down there. Divine protection. Oh, we've got a bear with cubs over here. They will be aggressive too. Smite over here. Divine intervention. Where's resurrection then? There it is. That would be a good one to get. Please be careful, guys. Be very careful. What are they doing? I don't know which deer they're going after. Oh, they got one. Yeah, it's really funny, like, you have to draw everything on the screen. Every step. It's you know, it's counterintuitive. Because it sort of goes against, like, object permanence or something. It's like, can't we have an object and, like, put it there and it's gonna stay there? No. The whole scene has to be redrawn every step, 60 times a second. There's literally nothing you can do about it. There's definitely a better way to... I'm sure there's a better way to do the UI, but... You're still going to have to draw everything to the screen. Every step. There's no avoiding that, right? Okay, I nearly have enough... I probably have enough power to... There we go, I can provide all the fur that they need to get the store built. So the whole point of this playthrough is basically just to see how easily the tents catch fire if I build them all really close to the fire. I mean, the humans catch fire fairly frequently, and they have a lower chance of catching fire than the tents do. Oh my god, oh my god. Okay, there's a lot of hunters there. We might be alright, actually. Yeah, we just scared them off. The life of a forager. It's a brutal existence. Just gotta wander out there completely defenseless and pick berries and just hope you don't get eaten. Can I get the drum a bit closer? I can get it there. Yeah, I think I need to make the drum sprite a tiny bit smaller, like 2 pixels smaller. Also, I'm noticing now that the outline color is the same as this brown that I've used for the earth. It's bound to happen. Is it the same? It's the same brown that I'm using for the tent. Yeah. I am not using a lot of colors. Don't worry, we're gonna get somebody. We're gonna get somebody on the case eventually. We're gonna hire an actual pixel artist. Bonk. Please don't die. No. Live. Yes. Okay, they're wounded, but they should heal up. Wow, they're very low. They should heal. Oh my god. The bear killed one of them. Holy shit. Where are the shaman? There. Did our guards even take any damage? I thought they would have. Oh yeah, I see some heals coming out. I think one of them tanked it all, basically. Alright, we've got tent number 2 underway. And nearly have enough power to conjure the fur for a 3rd tent. Which one are they going to be doing next, I wonder? This one. Once I have 870 power... Oh, less than that now, because we got more fur coming in. I'm just going to go ahead and... There we go, fully supply that one. Yeah, I'm actually trying to get the tents built relatively quickly. I'm not going as quickly as I could, because I could, like, either make more hunters or more worshippers, and that way I could get fur faster. But they will become sleep deprived after 72 hours. without sleep, so you do want to get those tents built pretty quick. Dude, that was crazy. Look out! She's gonna blow! One of your rides is about to break down. But don't worry. A mechanic is on the way to fix it. Okay, this one next. We're already halfway there with the fur that they need, so I would need 450 power. 450 power to supply the rest of the fur. Oh, we got some sleep-deprived humans here. Holy moly. I don't think there's anything to make them stop fleeing and start attacking again if the like threat levels change, you know. If they're attacking and the threat levels change, they'll start fleeing if they need to. I don't think there's anything where if they're already fleeing and then the threat level changes in their favor, they'll stop fleeing and start attacking again. Pretty much once they're fleeing, they're fleeing. There isn't really a... Holy moly. This is not what you want. Oh my god. Get some heals quick. Whew, that was close. That was extremely close. If I had divine intervention, that would have really helped there. Oh, we're going to get to see it. The particle effect. I made a little particle effect when they're regenerating mana so that you can actually tell that something's happening without having to look at the bars. Yeah, didn't think about that, but the shaman will actually take longer to heal when they're sleep deprived too. It's like, yeah, all actions take longer to perform when sleep deprived. We keep getting attacked by bears. Yeah, you can see, you can feel it. You can feel how long it takes them to cast those heals. Normally it's quite quick. I think it's normally half a second. But it's 3 seconds now, or something like that. Or is it 0.75? No, pretty sure it's not half a second. Sorry, it's 1.5 seconds. 1.5 seconds normally. 3 seconds if they're sleep deprived. Oh yeah, and I'll be... Well, it looks like my worshippers have actually rested now. I would have been gaining power slower if they were sleep deprived. I think the reason my power hasn't gone up in a while is because the worshippers were actually sleeping off their sleep deprivation. Can we stop getting eaten by bears? Ah, they're trying to harvest this wolf over here is what they're doing, I think. That's a problem. They're going to keep going back over there until it will decay eventually. Or we could like send some guards out there to help them or something. Gonna happen again. Oh, I did not mean to turn them into a water bearer, I can tell you that. Eventually the wolf will decay if we can't get to it in time. So they'll stop doing that. Yeah, because they're so preoccupied with this, they're not bringing any fur in. There we go, I'll give them the rest of the fur they need for that one. Still none of the tents have set on fire. Oh, we don't have any water bearers at all. I have 5 worshippers. If I convert 2 worshippers into water bearers... Ah, we only need 1 water bearer. We're so close to the stream. It's just if something does set on fire. Oh, this guard is on fire. See, it's only been 5 days, technically. And somebody set on fire. I don't know if that's entirely realistic. Like, how often do people set themselves on fire whilst trying to use a campfire? Probably not that regularly. Okay, the hunters actually managed to, like, group up enough to scare this bear away. They gave it a good warning shot. I mean, it wasn't even a warning shot. They literally shot it in the face. Oh, but now the wolf appears to have decayed anyway, so we didn't make it in time. But they seem to be harvesting this deer instead. The bear is freaking out because it doesn't like the fact there's this many hunters here. But it also has terrible pathfinding and keeps running back and forth. Oh my god, what's happening? We're getting attacked by wolves over here. The guards should scare them away. Where are the guards? There's one. There's one. So, yeah. We've already had 1 human catch fire whilst trying to use the campfire. Or even just whilst being in proximity of the campfire. Oh, I might have enough fur to fully supply another tent there, yeah. So, I have a feeling that maybe I want to reduce the chance of humans catching fire a little bit more. That's what I've been thinking for a while. I just really want to be sure about that before I do make any rash decisions. Holy moly, this guy's going Rambo. Oh my god. Holy shizwidgets. Okay, that was pretty close. We haven't even begun unlocking any shrines yet. I think these wolves are, they're out hunting. They keep wandering into camp. Okay, hopefully they're going away now. Oh my god, I'm hungry. I literally just ate. It doesn't make any sense. I don't know how I can possibly be this hungry all the time. It's insane. I'm gonna feed the fire. Anybody? Come on. Don't tell me it's bugged. I saw a carpenter recently. What are you doing? Searching for firewood during his downtime. One of them must have been allocated, and we're getting eaten by bears. We don't want that. There is firewood in the store, but none of them seem to be using it. They're all gathering firewood during downtime. This carpenter is withdrawing fur now. We do have 3 carpenters. Where's the third one? Why is nobody fueling the fire? This is concerning. Okay, this one's doing it. What the hell? But they seem to be doing it after having gone out and found some firewood. They didn't withdraw the firewood from the store. That was very, very weird. They should have just withdrawn the firewood that was in the store, I guess. Oh, okay, they did it this time. That was just a weird blip. I don't know what was happening there. They did just withdraw the firewood and put it on the fire. That is good. Yeah, things like that scare me though. Like, what was happening there? Why weren't they... You know, we could see that a couple of them were like gathering firewood during downtime when they already had firewood in the store that they could have been using. Something's not quite right. Okay. Yeah, things seem to be back on track now. I'm not quite sure what was going on. None of the tents have set on fire still. No humans have set on fire since that guard either. I have enough power to fully supply that one. Holy moly. I could use some miracles here to help deal with these wolves. Or just rescue people. Careful. Okay, I'm dumping the rest of the power into this one. And we're really going to want to start getting some shrines unlocked and stuff. Gonna save right there. DI is like a freebie. That is right there. Let's definitely unlock DI. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. No, that's not what I was trying to do, for goodness sake. Oh my god, I keep making breeders. Accidentally, this is what happens when I build all the tents so close together. I didn't want to turn them into hunters, did I? One of them was a carpenter, right? We're back to 3 carpenters, 5 hunters. There we go. Okay, that's pretty lucky that we got the Divine Intervention Shrine so close. Portal Stone right there as well. We could probably go for that next. Resurrection looks like a fairly safe option too. It's just further away. He just walked right past a piece of firewood right there. Maybe it just respawned and he hasn't had a chance to update his tracker or something. Shit. What if I like put him close to it now? Will he see it? He's drinking. What was he drinking? It's right next to you. Okay, that is weird. Huh. So there's some sort of a bug preventing them from seeing the firewood. Again, this one is doing the same thing, a walking right. Okay, what's going on here? Definitely need to fix this. Oh my god, it's fucking roasting. What's going on? I hope the building isn't on fire. That would suck. That would really suck. We are not on fire as far as I can tell. This probably has something to do with the respawning firewood or something like that. Global.logs. Well, that just gets done in the create event there. Global endgame false. Oh yeah, the thing, right. But if it's in the create event, then it's definitely going to be called. Oh, I made a function. Okay. The respawn log function, which just does an instance create. It creates a log, which will add itself to the global logs map, which will then be used for tracking logs. I don't know why they can't see these logs. How do I check if something is on a map? Find value? Okay, I just need to update the stream title. Because we are now fixing bugs. Okay. And now they are picking up the one that they were ignoring previously. So that might have actually had something to do with loading the save, though. I'm not entirely sure. Tell you what, let me try something. That should be divided by 2. So the old log should be, well, it won't be destroyed until the end of the event, but the old log should be removed from the map, and the number of logs should be decremented by 1. And then the new log gets created, and then it will run its create event and add itself to the map. That's not what I was trying to do. Okay, gather some firewood, please. Take him a second to figure it out. You are going to gather some firewood, right? Why would you not gather some firewood? Hello? Do they not gather firewood if the store doesn't exist or something? Shit. Oh my god. Oof, what was that lag spike? Okay, we have another problem here then. They don't gather firewood unless the store exists. I assume that's what it is. Gonna write these down. Carpenters ignoring firewood, and carpenters not gathering firewood when store does not exist. Oh boy. Right, let's see, if I place down a store, will you start gathering firewood? Yes. As soon as they pick that piece of firewood up, it will respawn another one somewhere on the map. What is with this lag, dude? I'm assuming it's my PC. There it is. Aha! Yes, so something is wrong with the firewood that's being respawned. Where it's either not on the... It's either not on the map, or the ID does not match. I mean, the key would be wrong. What is going on here? It's going to be the same for the mushrooms as well, but if we can figure it out for this, then we can fix the mushrooms too. What is going on? Right, it's the same code. Key equals string global instance count. Map add logs key ID. Instance count plus equals 1. When the old log is destroyed, we do instance count minus equals 1. And is it possible that this is not being executed or something because endgame is not actually false? I don't know. I don't see why it would be true. Whoops. Yep, okay, it was deleted from the map. You can see that. I would expect to see undefined as opposed to no match. But at least this will make it clear what's going on. something to do with the cleanup event, I would imagine. Getting a lot of lags. I think I need to restart my PC. Somebody's on fire. Where the hell is it? Oh, I can't find the damn thing. The problem is that it could be behind a tree or something. We just have to hope that it's not behind a tree. Oh my god, I definitely need to reduce the chance for the humans to set on fire, don't I? It's crazy. Where the hell is this thing? I need a better way of locating it. I wonder if it's even drawing the text. Oh, there it is. No match. No match. So it's on the map, but the ID doesn't match. Okay. Which kind of implies that it still has the ID of the old instance or something? Yeah, something like that. Okay. So we can try removing this. How are we going to do this? Removing this from the cleanup event. Wait. So it was not a match. Which means that this key existed on the map, but did not contain the ID of this instance. So maybe if I remove this from the cleanup event and instead we go to respawn log or whatever. Instance destroy target, respawn log, and maybe at maybe like the first thing that we do in respawn log is like decrement the log instance count and ds map delete logs target dot key. We've just destroyed target. It doesn't exist at this point. Can't do that. Let's put it right there before we destroy the target. You can just test in this one for now. Okay. How do we figure out which one it is? How do we figure out which log has just been respawned? Snap the follow cam to it or something? I don't know, that was kind of the first thing that came to mind. I could even just give it a different sprite or something. It's not exactly easy because this is a mess. I don't know, but I gotta take a leak and then we'll figure it out. I'll be right Okay, if I do that, it will just... I don't know if this is actually, like, gonna break everything because the follow cam is not intended to be able to follow logs. But we'll see. If it works, it will just snap the camera to the log when it's respawned. To the freshly spawned log. We'll know which one it is. Because if it's working, it'll be on the map and the ID will be correct. The ID will match, so we won't have any way of telling which log it actually is. And then we have to fix the thing with them not gathering firewood when the store doesn't exist, which I don't know why they're doing that or not doing that. Okay, so this guy is going to gather some firewood here, and as soon as he picks it up, the camera should jump to the new one. Yeah, and it still doesn't match. What the fuck? And it didn't really break anything, which is handy. What the hell is going on? So even when we do this here, instead of in the cleanup event of the object of the instance that we're destroying, it still doesn't work. Can I get the size of the map? How's that going to help? I don't know. I'm sure I probably can get the size of the map. I don't know how that's going to help. I forgot to get a drink. I still have a drink here. So this is not the problem. Using the cleanup event is not the problem. So what the hell is the problem? This function should be used to add sets of key/value pairs into the specified DS map. You can check this function to see if it was successful or not. It will return true on success or false otherwise, as it may fail if there already exists the same key in the DS map, or you specify a non-existent DS map. As this is exactly what it's probably failing because the key already exists. Or you specify a non-existent DS map as the ID of the map. The keys and values you supply can be made up of any combination of data types, so all the following and more are acceptable, blah blah blah. It's probably not being added to the map. because when we delete the old one from the map, that's like not happening instantly. Like it doesn't happen until the end of the event or something. So it's probably that the old log is still on the map when we spawn the new log. Which is a giant pain in the butt. So we can check this apparently. So what, do I do it like this or something? So a bunch of logs were added to the map when they were first spawned. And then we're gonna pick up a log so that a log gets respawned. And check the console, and no log was added to the map. So it failed because the key already exists. I just gotta close the window. Right, so if we could get this key off the list, that would be... If we could get this key off the map, that would be great. But I don't think we can do that. It probably doesn't get removed from the map until the end of the step. Something like that, or the end of the event. But it's still on there when we try creating the new log. Well, this is a massive pain in the butt. What are we gonna do? We might just basically have to put it back to how it was originally. But at least it's slightly better than how we did it originally because we have a global variable that stores the number of logs. So we don't have to use instance count. So it's not too bad. Okay. Okay. All right. Oh, forgot to put ID in there. God knows if that was even working. It wouldn't have been working because it works in exactly the same way as with the logs. So, did I completely delete the stuff? It doesn't matter if I did because we have functions now. Where do I put it? Begin step, end step? What are we thinking? Probably end step, right? After everything else has happened, then that is when we would know if we need to respawn something. That would make sense. Okay. So we would do like if global dot instance count log is less than global dot what is it? Global dot logs is the map. Logno or something? What is it? What is it exactly? Wait, no log is a local variable, but presumably local to the controller object, which is the object that we're using, so. Where is this? What is going on? Oh, it's there, but it's commented out. I think I run the define room script inside of the loader object. Do I? Where do I run this? What even is all this shit? Define rooms is here. Okay, define room ID. Oh, that actually gets run on the loader. So those would be getting set as local variables on the loader object when this function is called. Not ideal, but it's easy to fix just by changing that to global no log. And a global no shroom. And then we can presumably, I'm a little bit concerned about those not being defined. Where exactly? Say no wolf pack, for example. Does that get? Doesn't seem to be defined in here. So that must be it. It must just be defined when that function is called. It hasn't been causing an issue so far, so I guess it will be fine for these two. But now we have global no log. We can say if instance count log is less than global no log, respawn log. Functions. Functions, man. That's really cool. Like, it's like creating a dictionary for your own language, and respawn log means exactly what it sounds like. And so you can just say respawn log, and it does everything to respawn a log. I love it. That's, you know, I didn't even know what functions were when I started out. So I would have put like all of this inside here, and anywhere else that I wanted to respawn logs, I would have duplicate code. But if you could imagine like a project where you have a function set up for literally everything that you ever want to do, then you're literally just like, just respawn log, respawn mushroom, you know, and everything would be like that. It would be so clean and easy. But I had no idea about any of this stuff when I started out. But here I am with my respawn log and respawn mushroom functions. Actually kind of look like I know what I'm doing slightly. I think it's no shroom, right? Yeah. Okay, so now it sucks because we're constantly checking whether we need to respawn logs or mushrooms rather than just respawning them whenever one of them gets destroyed. That's why it sucks, but it's just what we have to do because of how deleting things from maps works or doesn't work. Thanks, GameMaker. Alright, gonna grab a drink and then we can test it. I'll be right back. 2 seconds. Alrighty then. So, it is nice that my follow cam is set up to be able to follow anything that I throw at it. It would actually probably be harder to make it so that it doesn't work like that. But it is nice still. Okay, so that will snap the camera to the log when it's respawned. And we'll actually be able to see if it's on the map or not, as it should be. Oh, fuck. What? This is what I was afraid of. No, the variable no log has not been set before reading it. Okay. You son of a bitch. Global no log. Fuck. Because I did find and replace, but I'd already changed one of them. That's not good. The fuck is wrong with it now? Jesus Christ. Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me. What the fuck? Okay, it's not that big of a deal. I'm just freaking out. There we go. What the fuck was that? This is definitely causing some issues. We need to prevent it from respawning logs whilst the game is still loading. That's what's going on. I love Brewer's Blanky's emote. I would sub just for that emote if I could. Okay, hopefully everything's going to look normal and good. Yes, there we go. Right. Okay, I need you to pick up a piece of firewood, and then the camera is going to snap. It's a match. No, it's not. It says no match. Still. What? So it still failed. Even using this method, it failed. This is some bullshit. This is insane, dude. Why the fuck would anyone make it work like this? It's like impossible to do anything. Okay, I'm gonna hit delete. And all of my logs have been removed from the logs map. And that's why it's returning undefined. So deleting things from maps works, but in such a way that it's not actually deleted instantly. So if you try to add something with the same key, it still thinks the original thing is on there and fails. And this even happens when well, if I did it in the end step event, am I doing it in the step event? If I did this in the end step event instead, that might be okay, actually, that might work. I am doing it in the end. Wow, okay, so even doing it in the end step event didn't work. Wow. Okay. This is some bullshit. I did not expect maps to screw me over like this. This is really annoying. How exactly can I work around this? Terrible idea. What else am I supposed to do, though? This is so stupid. You can basically just check if that key is undefined, and if it is, then add them to the map. But it means you're constantly going to be checking every single log for the rest of its life is going to be checking. This is the dumbest thing ever. This is one of the worst GameMaker things that I've encountered. It's really bad. So this is what I would have to do, and it's absolutely terrible, right? We set the key, and then get rid of this shit now. We set the key and we increment the instance count. And then we need to do, in the step event, if ds map find value global dot logs key, and I think we need to do is undefined or whatever, right? If that key is undefined, then we know that we have like a space on the map to add this log to the map. Right? Which basically means it will be checking, and if there's something with that same key is still on the map, it won't try to add it until it's been removed. Hopefully there isn't an issue with the cleanup event being called and them deleting themselves from the map and then somehow re-adding themselves again. I don't think that's possible, right? Because the next step would never be executed after the instance has been destroyed. Right? I mean, I think so. The instance isn't actually destroyed until the end of the event. The instance will not be removed until the end of the current event. Okay, it's fine. So the instance will be gone by the time the event that destroyed it is over. Okay. So yeah, that's not an issue. Okay. In the step event here, we are checking this key on the logs map. If it's undefined, then we know that that key is like free and we can add this log. That's it. Stupidest thing ever. Okay. Let's try it out. This guy's going to pick up a log, at which point our log will be respawned, and we'll snap to it, and it's still not on the map. Okay, this just means that the previous log is like never being removed. How the fuck is that even possible? Well, at least it means that I don't have to do this, but it does mean that I have to figure out what the hell's going on. So the old key is never being deleted. The fact that the new log is never being added to the map means that the old one is never being deleted from the map, which is insane. Okay, I think I can see the problem. Yeah. Because we don't know which log is being deleted. It's not necessarily log 100 or whatever the last log to be added to the thing is, right? It could be log number 1. Okay, maybe not log number 1. It could be, I suppose. So let's say we spawned 100 logs, so instance count log is now at 101, and then a log gets destroyed, but it's not log 100, it's log 99. And then instance count log goes down from 101 to 100, and then we try to add a log with the key 100 to the map, but we can't do that because there's already a log 100. There's already a log with key 100 on the map. Fuck. So we can't actually decrement the instance count log. We can't do that for anything because we're using it to set up keys. Fuck. So the solution is to not decrement instance count log when we destroy a log. And that would be the case for everything, actually. Everything that's on a map, anyway. which are the only things where I think we do instance count. Okay. So this is really just a number that just needs to keep going up forever. It will never get too big. That's the thing that concerns me. But it's impossible. It's like not impossible. That's the thing. But it will never get too big. Right. Even if you played the game for years, I don't think you could ever reach the point where you've spawned too many instances and the engine can't handle the number. So that's the solution, after all. But if we don't do this in the cleanup event, then it's gonna fuck up the spawn system. Because we are actually using that in the spawn system. And if it thinks it's already spawned 600 trees in the previous level, it's not going to spawn any trees in the next level because that value doesn't get reset to 0. We just need to make sure it gets all of the instance counts get reset back to 0 at the start of every level. Basically. Okay. Knowing that is reassuring, though. It would be hard to spend so long in a single level. It's never going to happen. It's never going to happen. Why am I even worried about it? You're never going to max the damn thing out. Okay, alright. Is that not like a human cleanup? Yeah, it is there. Don't know why it's not here. Oh, there it is. Weird. So we just don't do that on cleanup. We're going to go through and remove all of these. Attributes. What? Well, that's just what? That's where I just originally defined these variables or something. I guess so. Although I'm wondering why they're all actually in the controller object. No idea. Okay, that should be all of them. It might have been smart to actually completely delete them instead of commenting them. That's probably what I should have done. Okay, so we define them once when you first launch the game, and then we reset them whenever the controller object is created, by the looks of it. But the controller is persistent. Persists between rooms, so we need to reset these to 0 when going to the next level as well, or even the previous level. Ah, this is completely fucking insane. Okay. Okay. Let's give this one more test. So this guy's gonna pick up a piece of firewood, which will cause a new piece of firewood to be spawned somewhere on the map. The camera will then snap to it, and hopefully we will see that it is indeed on the map. Which it is. Thank God for that. And if we go to the next level, all of the instance counts get reset to 0. And then we just carry on as usual. Spawn all the new instances, add them to the maps. Alright. Alright, okay. So next up we need to figure out why they're not gathering firewood when the store doesn't exist. What's up with that? Is this bracket in the wrong place or something? What is going on? I don't think so. Yeah, but when do we figure out the nearest available carpenter to the campfire now? Good point. I may have fucked this up. Right. We only do that when they're updating their build trackers. I see. We kind of need a separate function for this, which we can call here as well or something. Or really we... like probably just put it inside of this gift equals carpenter at the top before we do any of this stuff or something like that. Right. I mean... Yeah, because nothing requires building, so we never update the build tracker, which means we never actually update the nearest carpenter to the campfire. That's why they can't do anything until... Right. Okay. Okay. Let's just have a look at that. See, trackers build updates, just right there. Okay. Oh, shit. I think it also explains... Remember when they weren't withdrawing firewood from the store for a second? And I was like, why are they not, you know... Because it's not getting to update who's the nearest available carpenter to the store. Well, in that case, I don't know, actually, because some stuff did still require building, so the build list was not empty. But basically, we can just remove... Sorry, not remove. We can move these things that update the nearest available carpenter to the store tracker and the nearest available carpenter to the campfire tracker. We can just move those outside of this list not empty build and list not empty repair. Check. Boom. That's all I really need to do. It's not as efficient as like only updating this when necessary. This does mean that we're updating this basically every time they just like whenever they're idle, basically. We're constantly going to be updating it, which is less efficient than only doing it when we need to, really. So if I want to get more efficient about it, okay, I'm going to have to go take a leak, but I'm going to think about maybe turning this into another function that we can run specifically only at the time that we need to, right? I mean, this is already... wait, how does this work? Presumably... Wait, what? There's nothing in here to make sure that this is only run on carpenters. Interesting. Okay. Right. Gotta take a leak and then I'll figure this out. This should solve the problem, but it's not the most efficient way of doing this necessarily. So yeah, we might want to do it a little bit differently. I mean, yeah. It's probably easier to check the gift, right? Than it is to check if they're on a list. So right now this is being done for all humans, basically. Except this section here, which is only being done for hunters. What am I missing? I feel like I'm missing something. Where the fuck does this even connect to? This one. Ah, there it is. There's the gift carpenter thing. Why is that not the first thing that we do? I don't know. It could be more efficient. So, okay. This is a safe bet. It's definitely a safe bet to just update this stuff whenever they're in idle, because that's when they're going to be making these decisions, but we don't necessarily need to do it that much. Let me put it back to where it was. Right. It's still being run on instances that are not Carpenter's when I do this. It needs to be inside of this section. We should turn this into its own function. Or two functions. Okay, so now we have functions for those. So I can choose wherever to run them. So we run them in here if something needs building or repairing and you're a carpenter. That makes a lot of sense. It's pretty good. But also, we you know, you might need to withdraw firewood from the store. Just thinking it's like, yeah, we do need to do this if hey Coward, how's it going? Oh, it's probably changed a lot since you've seen it then. I've just got to crack a window. Getting a little bit toasty. Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's the thing. See, if nothing needs repairing or building, then they never actually update these trackers. but we still need those trackers to be updated. Well, in this case, this is for withdrawing fur. So it implies that they would only be doing this if something did need building. But we've got like withdraw firewood. That might be the only one actually, because everything else pertains to building or repairing. So I would basically just insert those two new functions right here, and then we would update those trackers before we execute this check, and so we would know whether this is the nearest. Wait, what is this? Withdraw firewood. Yeah, nearest available carpenter to store. But the problem was actually with this one. And I don't know if we... Oh, wait a minute. Nearest available carpenter campfire. So we don't have to run them both there. We can just run that one there. And then run this one down here. Slightly more efficient way of doing it. The only thing I don't like about it is that it can get run twice. If something does need building or repairing, then it gets run, and then it gets run again when we get down here. But there's no point in doing... Well, maybe there is in this case. Maybe we should add an additional check to only run this function here if nothing needs building or repairing. Because then we know that the tracker wasn't updated, and it's definitely a lot quicker to check that than it is to run the whole tracker again for no reason. Yeah. I would much prefer to only run these functions in one place and have everything grouped together. But I don't think there's any way I can do that. Okay, let's take a look. Hmm. But they're only one or the other. They're either a hunter or a carpenter. So you could actually restructure it so that the first thing that we check is whether they're a carpenter, which makes a lot more sense. And then within that if statement, we check whether something needs building or repairing. But outside of that check is where we update the trackers. I see, okay. Okay, it's just gonna be a little bit tricky to reconfigure this without losing track of everything. This one encapsulates everything currently. Okay, it's not too bad then. If I cut this one. Let me just find the other end of it. That one. Okay. And then inside of this one, what's the game like? It's kind of like Black and White and Populous. Those are the main inspirations. It's isometric. It's an isometric GodSIM game with pixel art graphics. It's all just my placeholder coder art at the minute, though. And there's like a simulated, there's procedurally generated maps with 10 different biomes, and like, yeah, kind of like Roller Coaster Tycoon. Yeah, same perspective, but it doesn't have height, unfortunately. So the ground is all flat because I have no idea how you would actually do height in an isometric game. I'll save that for the next game where I make it 3D. Then we put this one inside of here. I'll be able to show off the game after I've done this. I'm just right in the middle of something. Wait a minute. Before I do that, let's find where this. Well, it's just the else, isn't it? Yeah, it's the else. So, okay. Put this inside here, and then go down to this one. Put an extra bracket here. I'm probably going to switch to Godot, but I'm not sure yet. I probably won't finish this game for another 3 years or something, so. But I suspect the next game will be made in Godot. And then I want to put the same check inside of this one. That goes to there. Okay. Maybe I'll just move this first so I don't get confused. Oh, I'm so hungry. Okay. That's good. All right. So this is much better because the first thing that we check now is, are you a carpenter? And if you're not, we just don't do anything. That's definitely better than what we were doing. And then, so we've got these functions here. If I move these outside of this check, then we will update. Come on, there we go. We will update the nearest carpenter to the campfire and the nearest carpenter to the store, regardless of whether anything needs building or repairing. We're just going to do that. And this is happening at the top of the idle state before all of the state condition logic. Because we run, so we don't need to do this here anymore, which is beautiful. I think it's important that we only do it in one place, really. It gets rather messy if I'm like sprinkling those in amidst all of the states here. I have done it with some other stuff, I think. But I definitely want to try and avoid it. So yeah, right at the top of this state condition script is where we run the build tracker update function. And we go, if you're a carpenter, but we do have this. What about this? What does this say? So if the campfire doesn't exist, or if it does exist, right, okay, so the problem with this, yeah, I can see the problem. Because the whole point is that we need to find the nearest carpenter to the campfire, regardless of whether... Yeah, so, okay, so there's one more split that needs to take place here, where we move all of this campfire-related code into its own if statement inside of the other one. That's how we do it. We grab this bad boy, and then we go after this, I think. This is where I get confused about where the bracket needs to be, don't I? Yeah, that one goes all the way to the else. Okay, well, it's simple then. It encapsulates everything here. So move all of that to the right and put that one there. That should be good. Yep, okay. So, if you're a carpenter, regardless of everything else, just if you're a carpenter, we're going to update these trackers. And then we're going to check if the campfire doesn't exist, or if the campfire does exist and has fuel, or doesn't have fuel and somebody has been allocated to retrieve the firewood. Then you can do all of this stuff. Why do we do it that way again? It's like because we want you to prioritize feeding the fire over building stuff, so we just don't let you target anything that needs building if nobody's been allocated to like retrieve the firewood yet, because we want you to do that most likely. But what if you're not the nearest one? Well, in that case, we just wait a few steps until it's been resolved, and then, yeah. So it might briefly slow you down, I guess, where you can't do any building until it's been Oh, that's interesting, actually. Is that a problem? Because that could actually lead to quite like a pause whilst they're waiting for somebody to be allocated to feed the fire, and they can't do anything in the meantime. Yeah, because what if everyone's busy? What if everyone's busy doing something, and we're just waiting? Well, in that case, no. In that case, you are the nearest available carpenter. That's what I was saying, yeah. If everyone else is busy, doesn't matter how far away you are, you're the nearest available carpenter, so it's going to be you. Okay. Okay, I think I understand my own game. Okay. Alright, okay. So we should be good. I just want to go over it one more time so I'm really certain that this actually works. Tracker build update. If gift equals carpenter, we're going to update the nearest carpenter trackers. And then we're going to check the whole campfire thing, which I'm not even sure why we do that. I'm still not entirely clear on that. Why do we do that? Just to make sure that somebody feeds the fire, I guess. That's all I can think, but I gotta get something to eat. I think I'm too hungry to think right now. But hopefully this has actually fixed the bug. That's the main thing. Is the bug actually fixed? And have I created any other bugs in the process? Possibly. It's very, very possible. Okay. But now you can see the game. Now we can finally play the game. Kenny, drink your elixir of the mongoose. Okay, right, so the problem was that they would not gather firewood until the store had at least existed. Whereas now, he's gathering that firewood, baby. That's what I'm talking about. That's what it's all about. Let's go, baby! Woo! Hell yeah. Whereas before, he would not have done that until I placed down the store foundation like that. Because those trackers wouldn't get updated. What was it again? They wouldn't get updated unless something needed building. And you know what the problem with that would have been? Is that once you've finished building everything, they would never be updated either. So it's like the carpenters would have only worked for as long as something still needed building. And then once everything had been built, you'd be screwed. I mean, you might have been kind of okay because they would have still done their, like, gathering firewood during downtime activity because they have nothing to build, so they're just going to occupy themselves by gathering firewood. But they would never... Oh, fuck. Sorry. I forgot to disable all the debug stuff I was just using. We definitely don't want the camera snapping to a random piece of firewood when it spawns. That's for sure. So, respawn log. Don't do this. It's one of those, once again, I've finally realized that the entire game was broken, and I had no idea. It just keeps happening. I've been telling myself for weeks, like, this is a really solid build. This is really good. There's no bugs. Wrong. It's completely broken. Get rid of that stuff. Okay, so we're not drawing the weird debug text on screen anymore. We are not snapping the camera to the logs when they respawn. We fixed the bug with them, with the logs not getting added to the log map so that they essentially couldn't see them. And we fixed the bug with where they wouldn't actually gather firewood unless something needed building, which is weird. And we added the new power bar to the UI, and we also updated the water bearers so that the water bearer that can respond the fastest is the one that gets allocated to extinguish the burning human. Pretty successful day overall, I would say. Pretty good. So I guess should I just load back to my save that I was playing before? Look out! She's gonna blow! One of your rides is about to break down. But don't worry, a mechanic is on the way to fix it. Wait a... Whoa! What? What happened to their sprites? They've turned back into white cubes. I did all this work to make them sprites. What's going on? That is a brown cube, yeah. We got lots of them. They do have nameplates at least now. So that you can tell what they're supposed to be. We didn't even have that for a long time. I was like, everybody knows they're deer. They're obviously deer. Come on. Okay, why are these guys... Why have these guys turned back into cubes? I do actually have sprites and the fishers. Okay, this has something to do with saving and loading. Okay, so obviously there's something... I can't even remember. Like, when you load a save, we need to make sure they all have the right sprites or something. What is that? Load sprites. Good lord. I completely forgot about this. Right, okay. Because when you load a game, actually what you're doing is destroying everything and then recreating everything. And then, like, loading all of the information back in, right? So they're actually 0-year-olds. They're actually babies again, and then they kind of get aged up. It's like they're almost reborn when you load a save, and then they get aged up back into an adult, and that is where we swap the sprite normally. But because they're... I don't know how it works, man. I only wrote the damn thing. They're like skipping over something that is normally the thing that... Well, no, it's true, because, I mean, when they age up from a child into an adult, they're turning into an adult. They can't have a gift assigned to them before that, so it makes sense, right? Although, why did they... Oh, no, because I probably still got the old one in here, right? And it was the fishers as well. So, worshipper, female... and worshipper male, and removing the placeholder sprites entirely. How are we supposed to see anything if I remove the placeholder sprites? What are you saying? What are you talking about? Going through the subsequent errors? We don't have any errors, thankfully, except for the ones that we have, but those are not important. That's just GameMaker being like, you should name this variable differently. No. I don't think I will. Okay, and then, so worshippers, fishers was the other one. I'm not even loading forager sprites correctly. I had no idea that I'd forgotten that I'm even supposed to be doing this, okay. Jesus Christ. So that build, oh my god, from yesterday is completely broken. Oh, I'm so glad that I found all this stuff today. Oh no, it's not loading. No, it's working perfectly. I'm the problem. I'm just telling it to load the wrong sprites because I forgot to update this. D-mail? What's a D-mail? I'm going to go through from the top. Okay, from the top. Hunter, no, human female, human male. Shaman female, shaman male, hunter female, hunter male, carpenter female, carpenter male, worshipper female, worshipper male, guard female, guard male, water bearer female, water bearer male, fisher female, fisher male, forager female, forager male, drummer female, drummer male. Where's breeders on this list? Oh, it's there. Ah. Oh, they only have one gender. And I haven't even made the sprites for them yet. That's the children and the breeders are the only human sprites that I have left to do. Yeah. Hopefully I have them done by the end of the month. Ready for the playtest. Alright. That is it. And I believe my save file will still be viable because we don't actually save and load the sprites, right? Because you should never do that. Excuse me. So if I load my save, my worshippers, hell yeah, have the right sprites now. Awesome. And my fishers and foragers and everybody should all have the right sprites. Great. Excellent. Yes, the project, largely due to my own terrible code, is becoming very unwieldy, and that is the major limiting factor here for sure. None of the tents have caught fire still. That's what I was testing like 3 hours ago before I went down the rabbit hole and found all these bugs. That's what I was actually trying to test, is whether the tents... That's why they're all like grouped around the fires. I'm trying to get them to set on fire. Supposedly, tents have a much higher chance to catch fire than humans do, but the humans just keep setting on fire, but not the tents. So I'm kind of wondering if it's bugged. But I don't think it is. I mean, it's random, right? So it's hard to test. I mean, I can just increase the chance really high, of course. I wish there was a sound effect for that. We don't have a sound effect for that yet. But okay, this is good. No more bugs. Alright, there's probably more bugs. I just haven't found them yet. See? A worshipper just spontaneously combusted. I'm gonna wait for the water bearers to respond to this. Hello? Is anybody going to extinguish this guy? Why are you just standing there? Okay, we found another bug. He's trying to extinguish them, but he's just standing there. What the hell is that all about? Oh my god. This is the first thing that I was doing today, was messing with the water bearer code. I'm gonna make a save right there. And we're gonna try and figure out why. I should probably get something to eat before I do this, but I'd really like to know what's going on. What is going on? Right. I mean, it said extinguishing fire as if he had been through all of this and was in the extinguishing state. It'd make a lot more sense to do that the other way around. It's a lot less checks. It's not going to fix the bug, but it just kind of seemed like a pathing issue more than anything. It just wasn't moving. That is deeply concerning. Pathing bugs are like the worst. Come on, dude. What's going on? I didn't fully get to see what happened. Like, did they withdraw water from the store first? I'm assuming so, based on how they were standing at the store entrance like that. They probably ran to the store, withdrew the water, and then that's where they got stuck. Yeah. Because it wouldn't have said extinguishing fire, it would have said withdrawing water fire. So they did at least execute this code, and they went, so they would have. Just going to enable like a little target readout thing so we can see what they're targeting. That'll be something, I guess. Okay, they don't have a target. How is that possible? How is that even possible, dude? I fucked up. Definitely fucked something up. Is it something to do with using fire check here? I didn't used to do that. I used to actually do the list lookup again. But I mean, that's fire check just contains that, so. Or is it because it's like that's. Yeah, but we break the loop, right? And we break the loop after this, even, so. Fire check, DS, let's find value, global fire, I. And then while not undefined, if nearest water bearer equals ID, target equals fire check. I don't know what happens if I do that instead. Same thing. Same thing. Okay. But I mean, okay. If he just withdrew water from the store, then fire does not equal no one. So he would actually just do this. So did I set that to the wrong? I set that to the wrong thing. Target object store fire equals fire check. Fire check.
Toasty!
Oh, shit. Okay, but this would only be if Fire is not a human. And all this does is return them to idle anyway, but we wouldn't necessarily want them to do that unless they were the nearest or the fastest responder. Okay, so this doesn't need updating, but it's probably not causing the bug. Okay. Okay, I made a note so that I remember to update that. But yeah, as far as we can tell, they just don't even have a target because we're not seeing this. Which would explain why they're not moving, because they can't path if they don't have a target. Yep, they definitely do not have a target. Holy shit. How is that possible, dude? I mean, yeah, if fire was assigned incorrectly in the first place or something, it's possible. I'm using fire check. That's the only difference from how it was done before. But I don't really see any issue with that. Fire check just contains the value that we retrieve from the list, which is the ID of the instance. This was happening before I saved and loaded, so nothing to do with save loading, although there could be some issue there, I don't know. But it was happening before I loaded my save. higher equals no one. Oh, it makes sense. Makes sense. Yeah, yeah. Hmm. I'm assuming that they did withdraw water in the first place. And then they transferred their fire to their target. Oh. Oh no, well that's right. We do want to reset that, right? Um I don't know. I've got nothing. I don't know what's happening. I'm going to take a break, get something to eat, and then I'll just keep banging my head against the wall. So, thanks for watching. I'll be back in just a little bit. Peace out. Alright, let's see what's wrong with this. If they don't have a target, then they would return to idle anyway. So, what are they, state looping? Didn't look like it. They must be. Right, but it would just pick up from there then, right? If, well, fire has to be set to something. What is it set to? Oh, I gotta get something to drink. That's not what I want. Phone. My phone is here. Yeah, let's find out what fire is set to if we can. That would be pretty smart. Not set to anything. Not set to anything. How is that even possible? I mean, it could be set to something. But maybe it just doesn't exist. It's not set to anything. It's not set to anything. It is not set to anything at all. Okay, well that's good information. That is useful information. So, okay. I'm assuming it's something to do with this fire check. Maybe not, though. Don't really see any issues with this stuff, though. So I'd imagine it probably has to be this. I don't know why. I don't know why that would be an issue, though. It's undefined. What's wrong with that? I'm going to do this instead. Gonna make any difference? I'm assuming they have water in their inventory on my save file, but I don't know that for sure. Why don't I like put a breakpoint here or something? Okay, we hit the breakpoint. Fire check is instance of object human. But target is still -4, even though I just set that. What? How is that possible? Whoa. What is happening? Seems like everything's working up until the point where we try to set this variable. That's crazy. How is that happening? Oh, you guys can't even see what I'm talking about, but... So fire check was like that, set to instance of object human, but target was still set to -4, even though we did this. Or did we do that? Did we somehow go through... Well, this... Fire equal, so they're entering this because this list is not empty. I don't see why we're even checking that. Fire check is just gonna put it in the watch. We can't see it. Okay. So it probably has something to do with it being a temporary variable. I don't see how that would make any difference actually, but so fire definitely equals no one. So we would be running this code. We are assigning fire check. We are assigning this temporary variable. But for some reason, I just do not seem to be able to pass it from this temporary variable into this local variable. Because that was still -4. That was still no one. Which would cause this code to run. It's not actually what we want to happen. But it wouldn't actually do anything because there was nothing but that one human on the global file list. So also there should be a break in here, which I've forgotten about apparently. So I guess we would not hit this line. Whoops, forgot to run in debug mode. If we did hit that line somehow, it could be a problem. No, we're not hitting it. Okay. We're not hitting that line, so that means we're only executing this code because fire equals no one. And as far as we can see, this is all working. The temporary variable. The only thing I can think is because we're doing a with. It's a with inside of a while as well. Does that make it even worse? I don't think you need to use other when you're using a temporary variable like that. I mean, we know that firecheck contains an instance of object human, but when I do target equals firecheck, it's just not getting updated, which perhaps means... Oh, of course. They're not the nearest water bearer. Right? Is that what this is? Is that what... I mean, I'm pretty sure they are the nearest water bearer, but let's run with this idea for a second. Because the thing is, they're still gonna... They're still gonna do this, no matter what the result of all of this stuff is. Oh, shit. So, that's got to be inside there. And inside here, right? This only happens if fire does not equal no one. I think I get it. I think I get it now. And if we're going to exit, do we even need to break? Simply ends the execution of the current script function, method, or event. Script function, method, or event. In our case, it's going to end the script function, I believe. I might just break and exit. Oh, there's probably no need to do that, is there? If you use exit in a script function or method, it will simply exit the function and return to the code that called the function. Use exit in a code block within an object's event, it will exit the entire event. Use exit. I think we're good. I think we just use exit there. Okay, so I'm pretty sure what was happening is we was doing everything just fine, but then they were not the nearest water bearer, so they didn't set their target or fire or any other stuff, but then they would have still entered the extinguishing state with no target. Pretty sure that's what was happening. Okay, now, yes, now they're just drinking. Although they don't seem to be actually drinking. What the hell? And who's going to extinguish them? Anyone? Oh, of course. So now they're... Wow, that's really, really complicated. Okay. So their drinking state is being interrupted because somebody's on fire, essentially. But then because they're not the nearest water bearer or whatever, that they can't actually respond to it, can't do anything about that. So then they start drinking again, and they're just stuck in an infinite loop. And it's because the fire interrupt script would need to be updated to also take into consideration whether they are the nearest water bearer or not as well. Okay. So I need this and this. Where does the... We need to go to interrupts, fire interrupt. So it's literally just if the global file list is not empty right now. So again, we got to go through and we don't want any of the targeting stuff or whatever. I think I actually need the second part of this though. It's just I don't really want the duplicate code. Well, I don't need the duplicate code if I build it into there, right? But I can't really do that because we need to loop through the list again. So if we've been through all of this and we still haven't exited, we continue on to this. Where we loop through this list again, and we don't care at this point, do we? What's the simplest way to do this? No, we do. I think we still need to do this. And then literally like all of this. Thankfully it's not too much stuff, but oh, what the fuck have I done? I'm missing a bracket. Not ideal because we've got duplicate code, but if it works, it works. Okay, so now the fire interrupt function will only actually interrupt them if they're the nearest water bearer. So they would be able to drink. That guy was trying to drink, but this kept interrupting him because it was like, oh, is there something on fire? But then he couldn't respond to it because he wasn't the nearest one. And if that doesn't detect anything, then it will go through until it just finds something on that list that is not a human. Simple as that. Okay, let's see what that does. There we go. Now he's able to drink. He's depositing water. He's withdrawing water for the fire. That's because I need to fix the other stuff. I'm pretty sure. Alright, we're getting there. We're getting there. I just had to take a break and eat something. That's usually a good solution to programming problems. Take a break and eat something. Okay. Alright. So basically just need to make the other two look like that one, pretty much. Pretty much. So this target, blah, 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 blah. It's now going to live in... Blah, blah, blah. So if I am the nearest water bearer, we set all this stuff and then enter the state. Or if the thing is not a human, we set this stuff and blah, blah, blah. And then this one. If it's not a human. If I'm the nearest water bearer. There we go. Let's see how he behaves now. Alright, he's just back to fetching water. Is anybody going to extinguish this poor guy? No. Okay, so now I've made it so that nobody is extinguishing this guy, though. He's kind of just ignoring him now. That is not what we wanted. Let me just see that again. He's the only water bearer, so he has to be the nearest one. He's not doing shit. He has a ton of water in his inventory there. Why does it get so hot in here at night? It doesn't make any sense. It's like pretty cold during the day and then absolutely boiling at night. So he's the only water bearer, so he would have to be the nearest one. Which means that the check that we're doing to find the nearest water bearer is not working. Load gift maps. Fuck. I thought he would just be automatically added back by the code in the create event or something. But I have something here that seems to load gift maps. Why? Why is that? Why do I do that? I don't know. Let me look at the save load system. I don't understand why, but I can at least do it for these guys as well. What am I looking for? Save, yeah. Save F5. Object human. Is this just something that gets, I think this just gets assigned in the create event or something. Oh. What? Why is he not on there? Why wouldn't this just... Oh, right, because they get added to the gift map at the time when you assign them a gift. But because we're kind of loading a save, they're like bypassing that. They're bypassing the time when they would get added to the gift map, so we need to add them to the gift map. Gotcha. Okay, and gift key. So am I assigning gift key? I assume so. I'm just going to check on that. Drop script. Yeah. Cool. Cool. So all I need to do is add additional handling to this load gift map script. Yeah, this is the problem. The project is becoming so unwieldy that I can't like keep it all in my head. So whenever I try and update something, even on a system that I have I was working on this stuff fairly recently, and I've already completely forgotten how any of it works, or that it even exists. So every time I want to update something, I'm like, oh, there's like a billion things that I didn't even realize I had to do. Which is making it very hard to develop the game. And it's largely because I'm doing things in ways that are making it more difficult than it needs to be. A lot of it is like that. But rather than like, there isn't, we just got to get this, we just got to ship this game, right? I can't refactor the whole thing. It's going to add way too much time to development. So we need to just like cut the cable at this point. We need to just like, my focus is like, I do not need to be adding new features or anything to the game. I need to be focusing on just finishing it and shipping it, because it's already like unmanageable. Yeah. The next game, I'll take all of these lessons and write it in such a way from the ground up that it's a lot more manageable, which will allow me to be more ambitious and you know, add more features and do more cool stuff. But this project now is like, we just got to try and get it out the door, basically. That's it. That's it. So, why was this a problem again? Because he's not on that map. And so we basically were treating it as if there were no water bearers, even though there was one water bearer. So now that he's back on that map, we should be able to find that he's the nearest water bearer, because he's the only water bearer, he has to be. And he should extinguish that guy. There we go. So the problem is he wasn't even on the map. And that problem was being created by loading the save. So that problem didn't actually exist in the first place. It didn't exist until after I loaded the game. Okay. Good. So there's one more thing to do. I want to disable the debug stuff because I'll forget. But there's one more thing to do. Should probably start deleting some of this stuff out soon. It's getting a little bit crazy. Yeah, but I mean, I was thinking about it yesterday. Definitely one of the things that I've learned is that you know, like they say, perfect is the enemy of the good. The perfect is the enemy of the good. Right? If I didn't start, making the game until I was sure that I could do everything perfectly and like write really clean code and stuff, I wouldn't have a game. So I have a good game here, and I've learned a lot in the process. And the next the next project probably still won't be perfect, but after I've made a few games, then I'll be able to write like a perfect game. But I'll have made a few games in the process rather than like waiting and just thinking, I've got to understand how to write the code perfectly first try. You would just never get anything done, right? So yeah, the perfect is the enemy of the good. For sure. Okay, so the last thing to do, and it's a good job because I've been streaming for over 10 hours now. The last thing to do is to go into state, extinguish, and we've got to update this. So this is a thing where if they're already extinguishing something, i.e. a tent, and a human catches on fire, we need them to switch. But now we need to apply all of this logic so that only the nearest water bearer switches and everyone else carries on doing what they're doing. So how do we do that? It's a good question. We gotta grab this stuff. Okay, so I'm not targeting a human, or the fire that I'm extinguishing is not a human, and the fire list is not empty. You could store like the list size in memory, and then if the list got longer, then we know that something else is set on fire since we targeted this fire. That would be better, because would it be better? Yes. Yes, it would. It would, but let's just do this. I'm just going to drop this in above that one, and the desk is a bit too low. Okay. And then we don't need the second bit, because we are only interested in humans this time. Wait a minute. No, not that bit. Oh, I didn't copy the second bit across. Okay. Why am I not updating fire object number here? Good question. Pathing. Ah. And there's no cast time on it. Okay. So that first section is exactly the same all the way up to we do this bit. And we want to break out of the loop. So that is it. Okay, so we're already in the extinguishing state. The thing that we're extinguishing is not a human, and the global fire list is not empty. So we loop through that list until we find a human. The problem with doing it this way is that we're like constantly doing this, even if there are no humans on the fire list, just as long as it's not empty. I guess it's not too bad, because as soon as we see that the thing is not a human, we just move on. So it's not terrible. Because we're looping through the file list, we're looking for a human. If we find a human, we're going to figure out which water bearer can extinguish them the fastest by doing all this various stuff. And then, once we've figured that out, if it's me, if I'm the one who can reach them the fastest, then we switch targets to them. And I'm supposed to delete that bit. We switch targets to them, and we like run the pathing stuff again because we've switched targets. And we break out of the loop. But I'm realizing that we don't need to do all of this stuff because we're already in the extinguishing state, so we know that we already have the water in our inventory. Oh, but what about the other humans? Right, it's not just this. It's not just this water bearer. Right. Yeah. Okay. So no, we need to keep it like this. So it's gonna It's going to loop through all of the water bearers. If they already have water in their inventory, then it just checks the distance between them and the thing that they want to extinguish. If they don't have the water in their inventory, then depending on whether they're closest to the store or the nearest stream, they total up the distance between themselves and the store, and themselves and the store plus the distance from the store to the thing they need to extinguish, or the distance from themselves to the nearest stream plus the distance from the nearest stream to the thing they need to extinguish. And then after we've done all that, we ultimately come away with the nearest water bearer. And then if it's us, we're going to switch targets to fire check, and boom. There it is. That's it. That is the behavioral update complete. It was kind of funny how the stream went today, because that was the very first thing I did today, was that behavioral update. And then I did a bunch of other stuff, and then looped back around and realized that actually there was a lot more work that needed doing to really get that behavior working correctly. So it was kind of a sandwich. It was a sandwich with the behavioral update as the bread, and then a few other bits and bobs in between. And I suppose the last thing, because I've been talking about it, the last thing that I want to do is reduce the chance for the fire to spread, because it's a little bit extreme right now. Where is that? Effects. Effect fire. Fire spread. How does this work again? Yeah, I did simplify it. It was really way too complicated at one point. At least I've simplified it down now. Not quite as bad. Really? Really? It's like this, and I still think it's too high. I haven't been able to get any of the tents to catch fire. I keep trying. That's the whole thing that I was trying to do earlier when I found all these bugs. I've been trying to get the frickin' tents to catch fire, and the tents are almost like twice as likely to catch fire as the humans, but they never seem to catch fire. I don't know if I'm doing something wrong, or like if I was to reduce this right down to something crazily low, like 10,000, 9,999, then the tents have got to catch fire, right? This will definitely confirm if it's bugged or not. I mean, what would it be that current flammable nearby tents, like if they weren't being added to that list correctly in the first place or something? I don't know. I don't know. Let's give it a go. With it being this high of a chance, I think all of the tents should catch fire pretty damn quick. Assuming it's working correctly. Come on, tents. Let's go. I built them all as close to the campfire as I possibly could. It's funny, even though it's just a simulation, it looks really bad when you chop down all the trees, doesn't it? It's just something like that's just like hardwired into the human brain that's a bad idea, chopping down all the trees. That's how you go extinct. Wow, I honestly expected the tents would have caught fire by now. This is crazy. I'm beginning to think that it could actually be bugged. I love the new power bar. It's exactly how I imagined it. It's cool. Game just froze. What the fuck? What happened? God damn it, it hasn't frozen in a long time. Oh my god. This is the worst thing that could have possibly happened right now. Why do you think it froze? I have no idea. I wonder if one of the tents caught fire and some of the new stuff that I've done today caused it to freeze. But can't really see that being the case. Usually it's waypoint spawning. Something somewhere is trying to spawn a waypoint and it's stuck in an infinite loop. Okay, if I put a debug message there, I can at least know if it's related to that. It wouldn't be anything in here. It would be something to do with the new water bearer code and them trying to respond to the tent having set on fire. I'm going to make this even greater chance. 1 in 1,000. Just because it took a while still. Assuming that's what it was. I don't know. I mean, the game hasn't been freezing recently, so it's probably something I did today. If the tents don't all just like immediately combust now, then something very strange is happening. Oh, there we go. And it didn't freeze the game, so that's promising. And the water bearer is extinguishing it. What? Why is he stopped? Oh, that's bugged. What the hell? He only extinguished it once, and then now he's just like ignoring it. That's weird. Okay. What's going on? Oh, now he's like stuck trying to withdraw water. So he'll be getting interrupted by the interrupt script. Go into bed. Something is still balked. So it was working initially. It's like it's like maybe he doesn't have a way to withdraw more water now once he's used the first lot. It's kind of what it seems like. You would expect him to just go through this process again and come out with the same result, right? Oh, fire equals. But fire doesn't equal no one. Unless it gets reset when you first return to idle. But I don't think it does. I'm going to check. No. No, the whole point is that it can't be reset when you return to idle. Because it's like a memory that has to persist between states. Right, so I know the problem. Yeah. I'm pretty sure I know the problem. I don't know how to fix it yet, but I know the problem. Right. So it works initially, and then he's like, oh, I don't have any water in my inventory. I want to withdraw some water from the store. And then he gets in here and he goes through. And he doesn't find any humans on that list. None of the humans were on fire. So he kind of sort of like gets through all of this, and then normally he would do this. But fire does not equal no one in this case. So we basically need to do the same thing as with the other state. Which is where the first thing that we check is if fire equals no one. Do that, else do this. Right? Fire equals no one. Else. It's literally just this bit, right? Because they already have fire assigned. So we just need to... Well, they still need to target the store. Right. It's like that. Just the end part of this. And then same for the other one. If fire equals no one, else boom. Target the nearest stream, state fetching water, fire. That should be like fetching water to extinguish fire or something. It would actually make sense, right? Oh, I was trying to keep it short, but it doesn't really make sense. Target the stream. Enter the correct state. Should be good now. Should be good. It's always 10 times more work than you think it is. Except for when it's not, in those very rare instances where something takes like 5 minutes and you're like, that never happens. Okay, so we have the really high chance for the tents to catch fire still. There we go, tents on fire. Is he gonna do something about that? He's extinguishing the fire. And last time he was able to... Oh, he's going for the humans first. Of course, they prioritize extinguishing the humans first. So he was able to do one, and then this is where he got stuck last time. But now, he's like, I know what to do if I have a fire in my memory. Oh my god, and the store just caught fire, of course. I mean, everything's going to be catching fire. It's like a really high chance for everything to catch fire right now. Oh my goodness, this one water bearer has really got his work cut out for him, and my frame rate is dropping. Okay, well, it's working. That's good. And he's doing the thing where he switches targets as well. Like, the tent set on fire, he started extinguishing the tent, then a human set on fire. He prioritizes extinguishing the humans first before he goes back to extinguishing tents. It's all looking pretty good. Okay, we haven't tried it with multiple water bearers yet. Maybe we should do that. Maybe I should reduce the chance for the tents to catch fire a little bit first. Just a little bit. See, normally they never seem to catch fire, even though it's a fairly high chance still. Alright, let's try this, and I'll make more water bearers this time as well. I'll have like 3 of them just to see if they can cooperate successfully. Okay. So a tent will probably catch fire before too long here, and we'll get to see how our water bearers respond to that. I'll keep their stats enabled like that so we can see them more easily. Yeah, I don't know what it is. Don't know why the tents seem so much less flammable. Like, the humans are always catching fire. Maybe it's a range thing. Maybe like... Well, they were obviously in range because we saw a bunch of them caught fire last time. I think all 5 of these closest tents are in range. It's like 10 cells or something. With it's like 10 cells by default, and the range increases the higher the wind speed, because that's how fire spreads. It's like embers carried by the wind, and the more windy it is, the further the fire can spread. It doesn't make sense that it can spread in this simulation. It spreads in all directions, not just the direction the wind is going. That doesn't actually make sense, but I mean, I tried. Alright, give me a break. Now, the problem would be if the tent that contains all of the water bearers sets on fire. Then we're really screwed. It's just crazy to me that with such a high chance for the tents to set on fire, that they're still not on fire. So the freezing was unrelated though, has nothing to do with what I've done today. It's probably some sort of waypoint spawning. I thought we were past that, but apparently not. It's very rare though. Hasn't happened in a long time, which is why I was so surprised. I thought we'd fixed all of the freezing. All three water bearers are in that same tent. If that tent catches fire, we're screwed. Did I make it so there's less chance for the fire to spread when it's raining? I think I did. I think the higher the humidity, the less chance there is. Maybe. I seem to remember something like that. This is crazy. Oh, it froze again. What? Holy shit. Something about this save in particular, it seems. Wow. Oh, I can't believe the game is freezing. That's really bad. Can't believe these tents are not catching fire either. Didn't get any message about the tent catching fire, so I'm pretty sure it's unrelated. Man. It's probably one of these. That's why I'm re-enabling these debug messages. Yeah, I guess I'll do these ones as well. Okay, there we go. So I'll be able to see what if it's one of those causing the game to freeze at least. It probably is. That's what it was before. Alright. That is the worst thing. It's the last thing you want to see. Frickin' freezing. Okay, I gotta take a leak and grab something to drink. I'm just gonna pause it right there. What is it about this save in particular? Well, I guess we'll find out if it freezes again. Depositing firewood. Oh my god. Are humans like getting added to the list more than once or something? I don't know if that's really possible, is it? But it would, I mean, if they were on there more than once, it would increase the chance of them being selected or whatever. Or, not really selected, but it would increase the chance of them catching on fire. Yeah, it's just incredible how... Well, I suppose none of the humans are setting on fire right now either, but... And it is random. So, as much as you might try to sway the odds, it is random. You could land on tails on a 50-50 coin flip. Deer is attempting to spawn to find regular waypoint spawn location regular. Wow, this is not even one of the weird like exceptions. This is just the regular waypoint spawning function. Fuck. I wonder what, like, state this was in or something. What state was it trying to spawn a waypoint for? I don't know. I mean, it would be hard to, because it would just be in the idle state. Don't have an easy way of figuring out which state it's trying to enter when it's doing this. This has not been happening until today. $10. Well, that could do it. That is very low. Trying to think where. Where could they be trying to spawn this waypoint where there's like no options? It's just a regular waypoint spawn. I mean, they'd have to be like in the ocean or something. It'd be pretty hard to find a location on the map where within a 10 cell radius there is literally no viable spawn location for the waypoint. We can mitigate the risk by increasing it to like 30 or something, but I just struggle to imagine like where the hell are they trying to spawn this thing that all of the other ones seem to be 30, this one's not. Okay then, just to keep it on the safe side. Anything that's lower than 30, I would crank it up a bit. I mean, these haven't been causing any issues. I do worry about, like, this means that the wolves will wander much further from the den and stuff like that. I mean, I don't think there's a... God. Oh my god. I'm deeply concerned. Because, I mean, that's like, it's easy to do it for the deer, no problem. But then again, the wolf dens, like, we know that the wolf dens never spawn too close to the ocean or anything like that, so... But it's an actual balance change. If we change like how far the wolves spread out from the den, that's actually going to affect the gameplay significantly. We can change the deer stuff without having to worry about it really. That's literally just those two. Really? Oh no, it's... I see. I mean, oh, that's something I could do. I could include the range in that, I suppose. Yeah. What is that? Pathing, waypoint, regular. Distance. Then I can at least know if it's one of the short distance ones or not. That's something, right? All right, I'm just gonna keep an eye. I'm gonna keep an eye on that, and we'll figure it out. I mean, we have the usual check here where they can only be added to the list if they're not already on the list. So. Yeah, I don't know why it's so difficult to get the tents to catch on fire. Strange. This save file is kind of borked, unfortunately, but maybe I can... Oh, this is a different save. Yeah, I made a different save. Oh my god. I think I'm running out of patience here. Probably just gonna leave it for today. We did all of the important stuff. It's about time I call it a night. Alright. Gonna get this build uploaded. Hopefully my computer doesn't explode when I try and compile it, because it does seem to have been lagging quite a bit today. I think just because I compiled with YYC so many times, probably because I'm streaming at the same time as well, it kind of seems to fry my computer. Version 0.5.6.9. Nice. Almost at version 0.57. Probably going to be somewhere in there, somewhere in the 0.57s will be the build that we wind up using for the playtest. But it's coming along. It's coming along nicely. Just got to try and completely eliminate this freezing. And maybe make those tweaks to the fire spreading code. And that is basically it. And I've got to finish off the remaining sprites, the remaining human sprites. There's a couple more to do. Much to my chagrin. I don't even know what that word means. Chagrin. What does that mean? Annoyance or distress at having failed or been humiliated. Oh, that's not the right word, actually. Okay. There we go. Uploading that now. I do need to upload to itch as well. I'm not using the itch links for much, but I submitted my game for this upcoming GameMaker like showcase stream where they play people's games and give them feedback and stuff, and they wanted like an itch link or a Steam key or something a little bit better than a Google Drive link, I suppose. So I gotta keep this one updated as well. I'll be really glad once we start the Steam playtest, and then I'll just have one place to upload builds, and everybody who has a key will just be able to update to the latest version with Steam. Okay, there we go. Version 0.5.69, nice, is now available for Ko-fi members to download. And I've gotten it uploaded to itch as well. Save that. Boom. Done. All right. Well, that is it from me for today. I'll probably be doing some testing, further testing tomorrow, and yeah, just a few little balance changes and tweaks and things here and there. All the major stuff is done. Brewer is live, Fern is live, and Grog is live. We are spoiled for choice today. I think it's gonna be Brewer.
Yeah, 64, that would make sense because, yeah, okay, yeah, it is 64. Okay. Yeah, wow, okay. It's pillar
All right.
1, this is pillar
Thanks for joining me.
2.
Take it easy. I'll catch you in the next one.
I forgot to mess with the hue.
Peace out.
Well.